There appeared in the Ornithischian dynasty some of the more bizarre creatures capricious nature ever designed. Stegosaurus was a ponderous, low-slung, humpbacked beast, 10 tons in weight, 20 feet in length, which plodded awkwardly along on extraordinarily mismatched legs, carrying his inconsequential pointed head close to the ground, bowed down by an apparently useless parapet of heavy triangular plates running almost the entire length of his spine. That's like completely wrong. Shoot. Where do I even start? Yeah. And Zico, welcome back. Good to see you here. Oh, whoa! I was not expecting that. Sulfurian says, I'm curious, what's the most challenging part of your work that people usually don't think about?
Anything logistics, water, food.
Yeah.
Nobody anywhere thinks about that.
Yeah, just basic survival stuff out here in the field. Yeah.
Calm.
Some lo-fi paleo beats to relax and study to. Hey.
Yeah. We're just seeing that the diversity of dromaeosaurs is so high compared to what we thought, in the past.
That's so cool.
When I named Utahraptor, it was the sixth one ever named.
The sixth dromaeosaur ever?
Sixth dromaeosaur ever.
Shoot.
And now there's over 40, that are dromaeosaur.
Yeah. Did you, is that part of the start of the trend to name them raptor as the suffix? Was Utahraptor the second one with that suffix?
I'm not sure.
It was Velociraptor and then...
Yeah.
Utahraptor might be the second one.
Yeah, because, we were thinking, the Crichton book, and the whole bit.
Yeah.
And, and Bacher didn't name it, but he did say, you might want to name it for Utah. Because there was some political stuff. I was in Colorado, and my former state paleontologist and head of me didn't want anyone working for a group like Dynamation. I worked with a museum working in Utah. So, it's like, maybe if you name it after Utah, they'll take it better. And I have to admit, it's probably why I'm now the state paleontologist of Utah, so it wasn't a bad move.
It's a wise decision, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, gather around the campfire, it's time to sing our songs. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of us, and we are happy. Smoking a cigar and getting rained on intermittently. Here we are, my leg's too close to the fire, it hurts.
Bravo!
That's my favorite one.
Where'd you learn that? That's
My grandma.
Oh, very nice. Yeah. Like, there were dinosaurs that lived at the same time as our early mammalian ancestors, and the smartest of the dinosaurs were smarter than the smartest of the mammals, we think. And they were as intelligent as they needed to be in their environment because they were remarkably successful. Dinosaurs ruled the earth for over 150 million years, so they were plenty smart. Sometimes being too smart can actually be a disadvantage. I mean, shoot, look at us today, where we're in the process of absolutely wrecking our planet. And being smart can also, can lead you to do things like polluting the environment or creating nuclear weapons. Maybe human intelligence will turn out to be a mistake. Who knows? Time will tell. Let's see. How close can we get? Yeah. We can have an X-ray cat cam. How cool would that be? Look at all your different bones, Mini Pie. Yeah, rather than just being like a dark void and the covering up the frame. Would you like that? Yeah. Maybe X-ray cat? Yeah, it's just a little radiation. A little radiation never hurt anybody. That's not true. It's not true. So cool. Honestly, I don't know. I'm not going to say it's not cool, you know?
Yeah, I mean,
Nobody likes false modesty.
this is your life. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's my life. I love what I do.
Pay us to do this.
I know I've been doing this over 50 years. Every bone is just as exciting as the first one. I mean, you know, what else is like that?
Yeah. Good stuff. First dinosaurs would have looked kind of like little Eoraptor. You know, like you see right there. And so basically dinosaurs start right here. Everything that evolves from the ancestor of all the dinosaurs is a dinosaur by definition. So all of these creatures here, you can trace them all back to that right there. So that's why crocodiles are not dinosaurs. That's why plesiosaurs are not dinosaurs. You know, that's why critters like, you know, like Dimetrodon, like Dimetrodon right here are not dinosaurs. Because dinosaurs start right there. You know, this is called like the crown group definition of a clade. It's everything that evolved from that ancestor is one of its descendants. So all of these guys are descendants from the ancestral dinosaur. From right here. Shoot, I don't bite, and this doesn't either. It's an herbivore. So yeah, just gonna grab the mic like that. Skull, and we can kind of, here, if you want to hold that. It's not heavy. And you could drop it, it's fine, it's just plastic. The other day.
Let's take the head off. But yeah, so you see, here's the dentary, and these are the post-dentary bones. And in there, see that big?
Yeah.
That's what you're looking down on there.
Yeah, that little bowl right there. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So this is, you know, post-dentary, cerangular. You know, and you can see these fractures because of the way this thing had collapsed. You know, this maxilla goes and you can see it drops down. There's more of it. But if you look over there, there is a beautiful maxilla.
Look at that. Yeah. Right
That's
here.
one of the things that you can just name that dinosaur after that maxilla.
So you're looking at like the lingual side right there. So you're looking at like you're inside the mouth at the right
You see a little
maxilla.
juvenile.
Look at those teeth. But yeah, and Grammar Nerd says, thoughts on geology in relation to dinosaurs. It's offered as a course at a university I might switch to. Geology is maybe the most important thing that you can study if you want to get into fossil science. Paleontology itself is kind of a weird amalgam of biology and geology. I'm a little bit more on the biological side of things, but many of the best paleontologists I know started off as geologists, or started off in geology. And geology is extraordinarily important to fossil science. So like here, the only reason that we're working here at this site right now is because this valley was basically discovered by a geologist here in Utah. And he reported that there were fossils that had come out of here. And he reported, you know, on the age of the fossils and everything else. And then about 20 years ago, something like that, Don and Jim started working out here, and anyway. You can't understand really anything about the fossils unless you understand the geology, unless you understand the rocks in which they come from. It helps you understand, you know, what this ancient environment would have been like. It makes sense of everything. Geology provides the context that we need for understanding the history of life on Earth. Without geology, we wouldn't know anything. So, it's extremely important. Yes. But giant anteaters are not from Africa. Don't exist there. And so, you know, in a film with all kinds of, you know, talking, singing animals, it just completely ruins my, you know, immersion in the film. My suspension of disbelief shattered when they start having animals that aren't even from that continent. For shame.
This is the sound.
My immersion, says Claire Burr. I know, right? Oh, those, you know, can you believe it? Can you believe it, chat? Some vertebrae that are very clearly from a theropod dinosaur, and they look different enough from all other theropods that they decided to give it a new name. It's that simple. Yeah, through careful comparison with the vertebrae of other theropod dinosaurs, these authors concluded that it's something new. So yeah. And again, this is kind of a hypothesis. It could very well be demonstrated that they were incorrect about that. We'll have to see. I guess time will tell.
Is within 100.
Ah, I know this skull. There you go. I need to paint mine a little bit differently so it matches more closely. But yeah, that is it's the same one right there too. That's the Cleveland skull, which is not from Cleveland. It's housed in the Cleveland Museum now, but that is from Carter County, Montana. It's from right near Ekalaka. This is a cast right here, and this is a 3D print. Yeah, they've actually got several. They've got several 3D prints here on display.
Side, and you get a first-hand.
Yeah. And Corpse Smoothie says, my daughter won't stop asking how many dinosaurs you've dug up. You mean so far this summer? 0. We're just starting our work out here. But over the course of my career, I've dug up, shoot, I don't know how many individual dinosaurs. Probably close to 100? I don't know. I've dug up a lot of different dinosaurs in the past. I've been digging dinosaurs since 2011. So, yeah, if that was only 10 dinosaurs a year, that would be over 100. Some years it's definitely been more than 10, though. So, yeah.
Oh, boy, if you got a population like this. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Got a lot of history. She hasn't done the biggest stuff, though.
Okay. Ready? 1, 2.
Forget what her
Nice.
Nicely done. All right.
scared the crap out of me.
I didn't know that was going on right now. Holy cow. Did you guys see the flip?
Holy flip.
Somebody clip that. Nicely done, guys.
You cut the foam to the shape of the bone, or the pedestal rather, and then you mix up a bowl of plaster, you dip it in there,
Gotcha.
and with the coarse side up, you press it all over the jacket.
You said foam, and I was thinking spray foam.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, polyester.
Gotcha, yeah.
AC.
No, that makes a lot more sense.
It behaves a lot like fiberglass, but it doesn't have the risks of fiberglass.
Ugh. Yeah, I've used a lot of fiberglass in the lab before, and I don't enjoy it.
We use it here occasionally, and I don't enjoy it either.
All right. Oh, man, look at that.
I don't know how much we're going to see. Oh, there's some stuff peeking out.
Nice. We got some bone already, yeah.
Yeah, that must be part of the sacrum there.
Right over here, Tim.
Yeah,
The transverse process or something?
It's either float process or part of the cradle.
Okay.
This looks vertebral centrum right here, possibly. Jack says a lot of stuff, so we always find new things.
Uh-huh.
All right.
We can see where you got shaved. You got a little shave spot there. You're a mess, Mini Pie. You're a mess. Look at you. Okay. Ready, and go.
Nice.
Very nice. Textbook. Yeah. Oh, Ted Deschler retired recently? I didn't know that. Interesting. It's kind of rare for a paleontologist to retire. Usually we just die.
To biologists and paleontologists, this creature was a very old and
Wait, hang on a second. Biologists here, and this is what a paleontologist looks like? Really? Do I look like that, chat? I don't know. Maybe I do. Anyway, you didn't want to say anything, Moosey Fate? Yeah. Every time I hear this song, I think of him. So this goes out to you, Grandpa. Melakaliki Maka is the thing to say on this bright Hawaiian Christmas day. That's the island welcome greeting that we send to you from the land where palm trees sway. Here we know that Christmas will be green and bright. The sun will shine by day and all the stars at night. Melikaliki-maka is Hawaii's way to say Merry Christmas to you. Sweetie Pie, are you irate? What's going on? Are you filled with rage? Do you want to talk about it, sweetie? Sometimes it helps to talk about these things, you know? What's going on, Sweetie Pie? What is it? She might be upset about the state of science funding in this country, which has certainly got me worked up lately. I appreciate everybody talking with me about that on Tuesday. I'm glad we finally got to discuss that. I know I'd been putting it off for a while, and, yeah. Anywho, the disdain is real, says Mustache Mike. Yeah. Yeah, oh, Sweetie Pie, it's okay. I'm here for you. Never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down, never gonna run around and desert you, never gonna make you cry, never gonna say goodbye, never gonna tell a lie and hurt you. Oh, I think I missed the next verse. I can jump into it. Never gonna dig you up. We've known each other for so long. Your heart's been aching, but you're too shy to say it. Inside we both know what's been going on. You wouldn't get this from any other guy. I just wanna tell you how I'm feeling. Don't tell me you're too blind to see. Never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down, never gonna live around and on around and desert you. Premaxillary bones. There's two of them paired like that. You see that symphysis between them right there? So this is right here at the front of the snout. Lovely Lake Tahoe. I'm on the California side right now. Let me kind of turn this around so I can give you your bearings. So right now we're standing on the north shore of Lake Tahoe. There is the south shore. Way down there, that's South Lake Tahoe. That's west, that's the west shore. This is the California side over here. And that over there, off in the distance, those mountains are in Nevada. The transition of whales from land to water is pretty well documented, and it's getting better and better every single year. The evolution of whales is a truly fascinating period in the history of life on Earth. It's such a cool example of how paleontology works, you know? He's a funny kid. I remember at one point I asked him how old he thought I was for some reason. I don't remember how it came up. And he looks at me and he's like, nah. He goes, 89. 89. You think I'm 89 years old? And he's like, you have a beard. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, guys, we did have some tracks up here, didn't we? Let's take a look at some. Oh yeah, we've got our beautiful, beautiful little baby theropod footprint right up here. So you might be picturing like picture perfect, you know, dinosaur tracks like you might see in a book or in a documentary. These are going to be a little bit more splodgy than that.
The lighting's pretty bad too, but here's a medium or small sized theropod dinosaur.
There we go. Yeah.
Toe.
Very nice, right there. Just like that.
I think this might be another one, but it's tentative.
It does kind of look like that, yeah.
Here.
These are positive, so what you're seeing is like basically the mud that filled these tracks in. It's convex rather than concave, if that makes sense. So yeah.
This one's pretty sweet too. It's tiny guy.
Yeah, this one is beautiful.
take a look at that. Just gorgeous. So there's the heel right there. And there's 1, 2, 3 toes. Guessing this is probably the right foot. That one looks pretty short. It's probably digit 1, or rather digit 2, digit 3, digit 4, and then digit 1 is a little hallux that would be up there.
Hello, hello, everybody. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. It's so good to see all of you here. I've been excited for today. Glad you could make it. And thank you, Lenina, for that gift sub to Scratched Lens. Is that a reference to something, Lenina?
Agent Orange 32 gifted a tier.
And Agent Orange 32, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs there. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Holy cow. Welcome everybody.
Orange 32 gifted a tier 1 sub to Ashley G Fitness.
And Alexander Morrison says anapsid skull-sided. We'll be talking about that. Are they actually anapsids? Ivana Ryder, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. For you and anybody else who might be new here, let me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. Ninja Samson, thank you for the follow too. Welcome. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. So as a paleontologist, I study fossils. Fossils are what I dig up, what I publish on in the scientific literature, what I talk about here on Twitch 4 days a week. Unless I'm out in the field digging up fossils, then it's typically 7 days a week, or as close to that as I can manage while I'm out in the field. I study dinosaurs in particular. Dinosaurs are primarily what I focus on, what I publish on, what I study. Today, though, we're going to be going, talking about some other critters, too. We'll get to that in a second, but anyway, believe it or not, this is my full-time job. This is how I make my living as a paleontologist. This is how I, pay the bills, is by streaming full-time here on Twitch. It's difficult now, especially nowadays, to make a living as a paleontologist. I've been extraordinarily fortunate in being able to do that by doing outreach full-time. So I'm glad you're here, and if you have any questions at all, don't hesitate to ask. That's kind of the beauty of this platform, Twitch, is that there's that live interactivity. If you're curious about something, if you're confused, if you've got a question, if you just want to express some enthusiasm, whatever, you can do that in the chat, and I can respond in real time. This is not a lecture, it's a conversation. And I'm, feel pretty fortunate that we get to have that kind of a conversation here, you know? It's a live broadcast, you never know what's going to happen. Sometimes we get visits from the landlords like this. Hello, sweetie pie. But yeah, on today's stream, we're going to be talking about leatherback turtles. My tentative placeholder title for this whole stream arc.
Nowadays to articulate a dinosaur.
Uncle Dud, thank you for the 600 bits. Really appreciate that. And thank you, Salamander. Holy cow.
50,000 a year has been well spent.
Well spent indeed, Salamander. Thank you. I appreciate the 30 months of support now at tier 3. That is extraordinary, Salamander. I can't tell you how much I appreciate it. Thank you for your ongoing support. We've got some exciting stuff coming up that I can't necessarily talk about yet in terms of kind of behind-the-scenes Twitch stuff.
Let's protect our fossils, because if they're removed...
Ivana Ryder, thank you for the Prime sub.
Forever.
Appreciate that very much. Thank you. I'll just put it this way. Oh, and thank you, Michael F01, for the 24 months. Excellent. We've got some exciting stuff coming up, Twitch-wise, in terms of kind of rising on this platform, expanding our viewer base, all that good stuff. I can't really talk about that quite yet. But what I can say right now is that I'm really excited to help use this growing platform, not just to help teach people about paleontology, but about natural history in general, and conservation of modern organisms, like leatherback turtles. We'll get into why leatherbacks are so special throughout the rest of this stream. I'm so excited to share this with you. but I want to try and use my platform here for contributing to the conservation of these incredible animals. And
this is it. This is the horizon, which
Dyson
marks the
Dinosaur.
extinction of the dinosaurs.
Thank you for the raid. Holy cow.
And out in here, there are dinosaur fossils.
Excellent.
Above this level, on these rocks, there are no dinosaur fossils. So I'm actually standing on the level that marks the extinction of the dinosaurs.
Thank you, Dyson Dinosaur, for the raid. How was your stream? That is fellow dinosaur paleontologist Filippo Bertozzo right there.
And it's therefore likely that we're here today.
Good to have you here, Dyson Dinosaur.
By the luck of the draw,
and Mustache Mike, thank you for the 11 months.
Dominant over mammals in ordinary times got felled in a mass extinction.
Thank you for the 11 months of support. I really appreciate it. Yeah. Anywho, before we pay our landlord here, let me see who's new here in the chat. Shadowrite Project. Want to know how you stream while in the field? We use satellite internet out there. And I'll be doing that again next month. So 1 month from today, we'll be out there in the field digging up more dinosaurs in Utah. And I'll be streaming live from the field, showing you what that's like firsthand. So I hope you stick around for that. It's, yeah, and it is solar powered, just as Fall Machine says right there. We don't have electricity way out in the middle of nowhere. This is out in the middle of the Utah desert. So, gotta be fully self-sufficient. Which means solar power, running a battery, which runs a satellite internet setup. And then all of my streaming gear is also run off of a battery as well that I recharge using the solar setup. So yeah. Anywho, yeah. And Link for real, yes indeed. I'll be back out in Utah around the 19th or so. There we go. Oh, and I just realized our stream closed captioner isn't working. Let me try that again. There we go. Testing, testing. Leatherback turtle conservation. Yeah, nice. Okay. Let's pull up our schedule here real quick, our calendar. There we are. Actually, let's put that in a different account so I can modify it if necessary. All right, August 2025. September 2025. We'll be back out in the field starting around the 19th or 20th or so. And then doing that until the beginning of October. So should be out there for about 2 weeks. I'm excited about it. And see if we can potentially get on the front page for that too. It's going to be really neat. Anywho, good stuff. Let's go ahead and make sure that Sweetie Pie here is sated so that we can get on with our scheduled stuff today.
Dinosaurs lived a long time ago.
Oh, it's true.
Terrible lizards, don't you know?
Agent Orange, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Appreciate that. Good stuff. Yeah. Excellent. Sweetie Pie. Ooh, look at what we got for you. And here comes Mini Pie as well. We might have a cat showdown. Feline Rumble. Whoop. We got 2 cats. Well, well, well. How are you two both doing? Huh? Excellent. Yeah. Good stuff. How are ya? I like that you two are playing nicely. Good for you. And Mayor Space says, is this going to be the last dig of the year? That's the plan so far, Mayor Space, yes. We'll be officially in autumn as well. It'll be after the autumnal equinox. So it'll be some of the first field work I've ever done in... that's not in the summer. Yeah. Ninja Samson says double kitties. Yes, indeed. Oh! Okay, well, Sweetie Pie decided to make a break for it. But, yeah. Mini Pie, how are you doing? Somebody drooled all over the desk right there. Was that Sweetie Pie? That's gross. Anyhow, good stuff. Hey, and Paleostream is here. Joshua, how are you doing? Hello, hello. I hope everything is good in your world, Joshua. It's good to see you. If anybody's not yet following Paleostream, you are missing out. So, Joshua Knupe is a working paleo artist. So he reconstructs extinct animals and other organisms, and his work has been published in various scientific journals. He does paleo art live on stream, and if you're not yet following him, you are missing out. So go give him a follow right now. Josh, I wanted to ask you, would you be interested in doing some commissioned artwork at some point? I'm starting a big stream arc all about leatherback turtles. Dermachelyidae, which today only contains one species, Dermachelys coriacea. I'm trying to get involved with leatherback turtle conservation, but they're part of a lineage that goes all the way back to the Cretaceous, maybe around about 80 million years ago. You know this already. I'm saying this for the benefit of everybody else. And, yeah, it'd be really cool to have some more leatherback art. Maybe some reconstructions of some of these extinct taxa, ones like Eophargus or Mesodermochelys. I'm still learning a lot of these guys. But, would you be interested in doing some work like that? I would be open for that. Depends on what and what you have in mind. Yeah, and of course, I'd pay you for it, too. But I think that could be really neat. So yeah, we'll see if we can work something out. I'd be really excited about that. Yeah. I'll get in touch with you sometime soon, Josh, but yeah. Anyhow, and it should be fairly easy to get in contact with me, but no guarantees I'll reply right away. Charlie's Dragon. My email is paleontologizing@gmail. It's pretty easy to remember. So yeah. Let me know if we can figure something out. That'd be great, Josh. Yeah. By the way, do you prefer Josh or Yosh? Maybe it doesn't matter, but I want to be I feel silly asking this, but I want to be as considerate as I can. Yeah. Not pedantic about it? Cool. Yosh reminds me of that Japanese commercial with Arnold Schwarzenegger. Have you seen this? Let's see. There we go. We're going off topic for a minute here. These subtitles are not up. Josh. Anyway. Yeah. I only have a faint idea as to what that's all about. Some sort of energy drink or something. I don't know. But on today's stream, keep getting distracted here. It's often the nature of a live broadcast. We're going to be talking about Dermachelys and fossil sea turtles in general. And I will be assembling a life-size 3D printed model of an Archelon skull. So, Archelon is, as yet, the largest turtle that has ever lived, as far as we know. It can reach about 4.6 meters in length. It's about 15 feet. It lived during the Cretaceous period, the late Cretaceous. It's from the Pierre Shale Formation, I think, when a vast inland sea covered the interior of North America. This was a huge critter, and it's got a big honkin' skull. But, You love Archelon fin tin can? Excellent. Yeah. Oh, if that is an Archelon skull, says Paleontologizing. Oh, this is not. This is Dermachelys. That's the modern leatherback. We're going to be assembling... I think it's the one based on a specimen... I forget which European museum it's in. But it's that specimen. I'm not an expert on fossil turtle phylogeny, taxonomy, anything like that. They say it's Archelon, I'm going to go with that unless I'm told otherwise. But I've got the pieces right here. Let me get them for you. There we go. So, I have all of the different pieces 3D printed, and all of the surfaces right there sanded down in order to make them accept the glue better. So they're all roughed up. We should have better adhesion that way. So we'll be assembling this in a little bit. The skulls we have assigned to it are by weird means mostly size. Interesting. Josh, cool. Okay. Yeah, from what I understand, the taxonomy of fossil sea turtles is still a little hazy. We still don't have a great handle on which specimens belong to which taxa and how they're all related to each other and that kind of thing. But, yeah. Part of this big leatherback arc that I'm starting up today is going to be getting in touch with and interviewing some experts on turtles both extant and extinct. So next month, when I'm in the field in Utah again, all of that fieldwork is being led by Dr. Josh Lively, who's the curator of the Prehistoric Museum in Price, Utah. He works on a little bit on dinosaurs, he works a lot on mosasaurs, and he works on fossil turtles as well. And so we'll be able to talk about fossil turtles on stream, maybe do some interviews. I'm excited about that. And I'm going to be reaching out to some other fossil turtle specialists, particularly some people who work on fossil sea turtles. We'll be talking about their evolution, their diversity, their functional morphology, all of that good stuff. So I'm looking forward to that. It's going to be excellent. But yeah. And there we go, Paleostream. Yeah, the best specimen we have is in Vienna. That's exactly the one that I was talking about. There's a model of it on Sketchfab, and at some point I would love to print it. But it'll have to be... There we go. It'll have to be scaled down. There's no way am I 3D printing a 4-meter long skeleton. I do not have the space nor the budget for that. But here it is on Sketchfab. So here's the top of the animal skull. There's the back. You can see it's flattened like this, dorsal-ventrally. And there's the plastron right there. And with the scan that they did, there's also some of the metal armature that's incorporated into the file. And so before I actually go to print it, I'd like to be able to clean this up, maybe in Blender, and get rid of some of that stuff, if at all possible. But this will be something that we'll work on. Maybe we'll take this up next month or something. Yeah. And there you go, Mirror Space, yeah. It would be pretty neat. So it'd be awesome to be able to print this maybe about this wide, so I can have it on the office wall back there. We'll see. But, oh, and Eddie Scarin says, did Tylosaurus hunt Archelon? Tylosaurus certainly was a contemporary of this animal. And there's a depiction of that very scenario. Maybe not Tylosaurus, but some kind of mosasaur. In this book over here, The Presence of Dinosaurs. We just pulled this book out the other day, but there is a chapter here about the Western Interior Seaway. There we go. And You've got all kinds of cool critters that were swimming and flying and walking around at the time. From elasmosaurs to coelacanths. More elasmosaurs. Hesperornithid birds. Pteranodon. Ichthyornis and Hesperornis. More Pteranodon. More Pteranodon. Mosasaurs, like Tylosaurus. So this one is Tylosaurus here. I think that might be a different guy. This is supposed to be preying on an ammonite. Doesn't look like globidens, but... Anyway, here we go. So there is a young Archelon right there. He's just had his flipper torn off by a young mosasaur. So the caption says, fleeing a mosasaur that has just snapped off a paddle, a young Archelon leaves a trail of blood as it heads down to the depths and hopefully safety. If it survives, the young 3-foot-long sea turtle will reach 12 feet in length, a size it arrives at slowly on its diet of jellyfish. This, I would dispute, that idea that they fed on jellyfish. Archelon, or whatever you want to call this particular critter, it has got a very pronounced hook on the end of its beak like this. Very different from marine turtles today that feed exclusively on gelatinous zooplankton. Things like leatherback turtles feed almost exclusively on jellyfish and other similarly structured creatures, gelatinous critters. Very different beak. This guy's got a beak that reminds me much more of like a hawksbill turtle or something. It is, from what I understand, it's thought that critters like Archelon are probably eating harder-bodied prey. Maybe things like bivalves, possibly ammonites. Maybe they're eating sea sponges. Maybe they're even eating fishes. Maybe they are like active pursuit predators of large, slow-moving fishes or something like that. But very different ecologically from our modern leatherbacks. And they're not particularly closely related. Well, they're not part of Dermachelyidae, at least. We'll talk about their phylogeny as well. So yeah. Anywho. This is kind of a disjointed start to this whole stream arc, but I'm currently in the process of getting in touch with various leatherback turtle conservation groups and researchers, and I figured we might as well just start things off today, and we'll continue with this. We'll do leatherback-centric streams maybe once every couple weeks for the next 8 months or so. Some of these are going to be streams from here in the office. Some of them are going to be remote interviews with other paleontologists who study these critters, or herpetologists or marine biologists, people who work with modern leatherbacks. Some of these streams are going to be IRL streams. Still working on some of that stuff, but I'm very, very excited. I'm potentially the most excited for those streams. And we might even end up going to the Caribbean to do some live streams. See some female leatherbacks returning to the beach to lay their eggs. Maybe even seeing some baby leatherbacks emerge from their nests. That kind of thing. It's going to take a tremendous amount of work and logistical headache to get all of these things together, but I'm very excited to do it. And the whole point is to raise awareness about these creatures, get people excited about them, because they are in dire need of our help. Leatherback turtles are threatened with extinction right now on a global scale, and there are certain populations, like the one that exists off the coast of California here, just out there, from basically Monterey to Point Reyes, which is just up this way. That's like a major feeding ground for the eastern Pacific population of leatherback turtles. Anyhow, that's one of the reasons why I think these creatures are so incredibly fascinating, is that they're so close to home. It's an animal that's basically straight out of the Cretaceous period. We know that this lineage, Dermachelyidae, split off during the Cretaceous. And they're still around today. There's one surviving species And they ply the world's oceans from Indonesia to Alaska. From South America up to Norway. They're still here. These, like, refugees from the Mesozoic. And their numbers are declining. They are incredible animals for so many different reasons. I'm so excited to teach you about them. Explore them with you. And yet it fits with our mission here on Paleontologizing perfectly. Leatherback turtles are this wonderful kind of bridge between the Mesozoic and the modern day. So yeah, I'm quite excited about this, if you can't tell. Football coach says, no wonder they're in danger, they're so close to humans. Well, that's the thing, is they have these incredible migrations. The longest migrations of any non-avian reptile, sauropsid. We'll be talking about that too. Some of these guys...
Observation. You couldn't see a thing.
Conical bells. Hey, thank you for the 3
Dinosaurs.
months.
Love
Well.
The turtles, the rare times we did. Green and parrot beak.
Very, very cool, Conical bells. Yeah. I got to swim with some turtles in Puerto Rico this year, or at least paddleboard near them. And that was pretty extraordinary. I don't know. I think another reason why I'm so excited to get into leatherback conservation is that they're these phenomenal, like, ambassador species. In that they're extraordinary animals. People get really excited about them. And yet the things that we need to do in order to preserve and protect them, to keep them from going extinct, are the same things that we need to do to preserve the ocean environment as a whole. If we end up saving leatherback turtles, if we can prevent this species from succumbing to a human-caused extinction, then it means that we are also saving... That line from that song. It's dumb. That threw me off. My point is that if we as human beings are able to prevent these creatures from going extinct, it'll be through enacting conservation efforts that end up saving entire ocean basins, essentially. In order to save leatherback turtles, we have to save the oceans. This is not like a small, localized kind of thing. This isn't just about protecting nesting beaches. This isn't just about preventing plastic pollution. This is about preventing climate change. It's about preventing overfishing. It's about preventing boat strikes. It's about preventing all of these different things that affect not just leatherback turtles, but entire ocean ecosystems. So if we manage to save leatherback turtles, that means we've managed to save whole hosts of other species too, literally thousands of other species. Does that make sense? So that's why I think this is a worthy goal and it's worth spending a lot of time on this channel and as a community, you know? So yeah. And Petrodactylus says, I swam alongside a sea turtle once, 10 out of 10 experience. It's a memory that will forever live with me. It's something that I've been learning during this recent obsession I've developed with leatherback turtles, is that people love turtles. It's not just me. Turtles have an almost unique kind of charisma about them. Claire Burr says, I like turtles. We all do. It's not just that zombie kid. It's not just this.
Live at the waterfront village with my friend the zombie Jonathan. You're looking good. Jonathan just got an awesome face paint job. What do you think?
I like turtles.
All right, you're great zombie.
39 months.
Good times here at the Waterfront Village, open for
So, Jody Fish, thank you for the 39 months of support. I really appreciate that. Holy moly. 39 months is a really long time. Thanks for keeping me here online for that long. Excellent. It's funny, when I can say this as somebody who works on dinosaurs. You know, people generally like dinosaurs. Everybody loves dinosaurs. And Kindred Soul, thank you for the 4 months of support there.
A year has been well spent.
I appreciate that, Kindred Soul, at tier 3. Holy cow. Thank you, Kindred Soul. People like dinosaurs. I've got a lot of dinosaur t-shirts. Some of them I designed myself and printed myself, you know, and I wear them around a lot. I don't get as many people coming up to me and saying, hey, cool shirt, I really like dinosaurs, as when I wear a t-shirt with, say, a leatherback turtle on it. I get people coming up to me on the street and saying, hey, cool sea turtle shirt. I love sea turtles. All the time. I didn't quite realize how charismatic these animals are and what a wonderful ambassador they can be for conservation efforts. So that's part of this, is that I'm really excited about these animals. I'm eager to share that with you, but also there's potential there to really get people jazzed about that. To make a real difference for the conservation of these animals. It's an easy lift, you know? You don't have to sell people on the idea of turtles. People love turtles. And this is something that goes back a long, long time, and it's not restricted to American culture or anything like that. One interesting thing that's that I learned this year, when we were out in Wyoming in June, we took a trip during one of those days. I think it was one of the days I didn't stream, and we went out to a petroglyph site out there in Wyoming. And we actually had like an archaeologist tour guide for that, which was really, really cool. And out there in the middle of the Wyoming desert, there were petroglyphs of turtles. I'm looking for a picture right here. But I was asking our archaeologist guide about this. And I said, why are there petroglyphs of turtles? Like, would these people have seen turtles? The people who did these petroglyphs here? I don't know if I have a picture of one of the turtles, but here's our guide here. The most Wyoming guy I've ever met. He's awesome. But anyway, he was explaining, we don't have turtles in this county. They don't exist here. The nearest turtles are going to be hundreds upon hundreds of miles away. Chances are the people who are carving these petroglyphs would have never actually seen a turtle. But they have stories of turtles that have been passed to them from other people who live alongside them. And he says turtles are essentially like... they're almost like a legend or a meme to these people who are carving these petroglyphs. Like, here's this remarkable animal that none of them have ever seen, but they've heard stories from other folks, and to them it's almost a deity. It's almost a sacred kind of creature. It's something that commands a tremendous amount of respect. And he says this is not uncommon in the western U.S. You might have people who are living out in the middle of the desert, and like a cold desert too. So like a desert where it's, you know, it snows during the winters. When they do have precipitation, it's bitterly cold, not the sort of environment where turtles could survive. And he says these people are so enamored with the idea of a turtle that they put it into their art even though there's no turtles for hundreds of miles around. So I guess my point is that there's something about turtles that It's hard not to love. Whether you're a Twitch viewer, whether you're a guy on the bus, whether you're a member of the Lakota Sioux tribe, 300 years ago. Turtles are just cool. So yeah, I have a TMNT tattoo. That's Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, right? Sour as rainbows? Yeah, turtles are rad? They are. That's funny. Fisher, a buddy of mine and guy on our field crew, fellow paleontologist, he has a t-shirt that he wears every year in the field, and I'm always tickled by it. Turtle t-shirt. His normal, healthy adult turtles t-shirt. There we go. I'm trying to find you a decent-sized image here. But I really love this shirt that Fisher has. That looks like a green sea turtle right there. This one here. But anyway, it's good stuff. I might end up getting Fisher this same shirt, because his is getting pretty old and ratty at this point, and he wouldn't buy himself a new one, I don't think. So I might do that as a gift for him. Anyhow. I might have to get one too. I like this so much. But anyway, yeah. But yeah. Finn Tin Can says, I must admit I'm not too crazy, but I support them, meaning turtles. They are cool, though. I mean, they are. That's the thing, is that, like, even if you're kind of ambivalent, I don't think anybody hates turtles. They're just kind of effortlessly charismatic animals, you know? So, yeah. Anywho. In just a little bit, we'll start assembling our Archelon skull. But before we do that, give me just a second here. It's been a while since we've run our Turtle Time video sting. So let's go ahead and do that. Turtle Time starts right now.
I like turtles.
Turtle Time, everybody. Welcome to Operation Leatherback. You'll also notice we've got 2 brand new emotes today. It took me a long time to put those together. It took a lot of figuring out. But we've got them. Let's see some of those leatherback emotes there in the chat, shall we? I'm glad you like those, Claire. Yeah, good stuff. Man, it was a lot of work getting the LB Swim one in particular to work, but it was a real puzzle. But I'm happy to have figured it out. Yeah. Excellent. Let's do a quick post here for Blue Sky before I forget. See if that's any good. I could do better than that. could do better than that, too. The lighting on these is kind of funky. There we go. Let's see if that's any better. We'll make it work. That's good, actually. I like that. All right. Crop. There we are. Save as. And let's post it. Yeah. Today we begin Operation Leatherback. For the next several months, we'll be doing the occasional special stream. Special Twitch stream devoted to leatherback turtle conservation and research. Join us for Operation Leatherback begins, we'll say. Discussing the fossil history of leatherbacks and their relatives, and assembling a life-sized 3D printed skull of Archelon. Largest turtle to have ever lived. I'm 70 characters over, so let's join us at twitch.tv/Paleontologizing. There we go. With one character left, that's perfect. Okay. Alt text is Twitch screenshot of me in my office, bathed in blue gel light and water ripples, with a 3D printed Vermicelli skull. On the wall behind me, along with a bunch of framed prints of leatherback illustrations, scientific figures, and more. Alright, good enough. Paleontologizing is spelled correctly. Let's go ahead and post it.
Hold on to your butts.
There we go. Excellent. There you go. Good stuff. If you'd like to interact with that post, it's there in the chat for you. And, oh, this is great. So excited to get started with this. I'll give you a sneak peek at something else that I've been working on over the weekend. So, one of the things that I want to do here is fundraise for leatherback turtle conservation. So, I've been communicating with some people from different organizations who deal with leatherback turtle conservation, and I'm trying to figure out who's a good candidate to actually raise funds for. But I wouldn't necessarily be doing that just like asking people in chat to just donate out of the goodness of their hearts. I want you to get something out of this too. So one way of doing that is by doing merch drops. So those of you who have been around for a while know that I, in the past, have produced my own merchandise. Things like pinback buttons, vinyl decals, maybe most especially t-shirts. I used to screen print t-shirts to make my living back when I lived in Montana for a while. And we've done some t-shirt printing live on stream a few years back. I want to design and print some leatherback turtle shirts. This is a super rough draft right now. This is like a placeholder background that I'm doing, but it's a start. Check this out. Let me know if you might be interested in a design kind of like that, but better. Because it will be better by the end of it. This whole circle and the text and everything, total placeholder. But this is the image that I kind of want to run with a little bit. Yeah. Looks good. Thanks, Claire. I appreciate that. Yeah. So anyway, that's one of the things that I was working on this weekend. It is a great start. I hope it's a good start. I hope it's an okay start. How to do it. But yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. So anywho, we'll be working on some of that design work live on stream and some future leatherback streams, I'm sure. But for right now, let's take a look at this right here. This is one of the places I would love to visit, actually.
We know so little about leatherbacks, especially at the hatchling and juvenile sizes.
So I might do stickers
it's really
too.
Incredible to get to work with them at those life stages.
Again, I would love to be able to do a stream from here. There's no guarantee that that's going to be possible at this point, but that is an intention that I have. So I'm just announcing that right now. This is in Florida, and it would be incredible to be able to go there and do a live stream, and maybe they would be in need of some funding or something like that. So yeah, swimming lessons, says Annette then did. They don't need lessons, but they do need tethers. Tethered swimming. It's TS for them. Anywho. Yeah, as for the merch selection, I am going to be creating some designs that I can make as pinback buttons. And I'd love to be able to give those out at TwitchCon, actually, in October. So if any of you are going to be there in person, I'll give you one for free if we run into each other. I also want to do embroidery patches. I want to get those locally produced here in the Bay Area so that you can put them on a shirt, on a backpack, on a denim jacket, on a hat. I think that would be really neat. And I'd love to do it as a design. If I end up doing this as a full color one, I think that might be pretty nifty. So we'll see if that would make a good patch. Yeah. Enamel pins might be nice too. We'll see. But another thing, if we end up doing like a fundraiser stream, I think a really simple way of being able to get something to people inexpensively would be this. Lordy actually put this together at my request. This is a leatherback turtle stamp that she made. So she hand carved this stamp out of rubber. And so, yeah, I can do a postcard like that for you. Like that. So anywho, I think that would be pretty neat too. So we've got options. We've got options. Anywho, and Geeks Tour, I would be flying to Florida. I would not be driving. It would take way too long. But we'll see. Yeah. Anyway, let's
These are leatherback sea turtles.
Dermachelys coriacea.
We know so little about leatherbacks, especially at the hatchling and juvenile sizes. So it's really incredible to get to work with them at those life stages that you would not see out in the wild. We've seen the populations of other sea turtles increase over time, especially due to different kinds of protections. But the leatherbacks especially are very mysterious and unknown. And you need to know about a species before you can help it.
Dolly says, I agree with Claire Burr. We need a goal reached where you wear a Ninja Turtle eye mask. Ninja Turtle, like, so I can't see during the stream? Like a sleep mask? I wouldn't be able to see the chat. That'd be a pretty boring stream. The bandana with holes. Oh. So I could look like, Michelangelo and Leonardo and who are the other ones? Michelangelo, Leonardo da Vinci, Van Gogh, and oh shoot, what was his name? Seurat. There you go, Georges Seurat. Yeah. There we go. Right? Van Gogh, Warhol. No, that's not a Renaissance artist there, Zool. Botticelli. Thank you, Mayor Space. Yeah. Dali. No, not Salvador Dali. Anyway.
Boca Raton is a classic Florida beach town where residents and tourists enjoy leisurely days of fun in the sun on the Sunshine State's southeast coast. But beachgoers here often find themselves sharing the sand with some surprising neighbors.
Oh, so that's a leatherback right there, Dermachelys coriacea. And who is this? Is this a green or a Olive Ridley? There. It's not a hawksbill. It doesn't look like a loggerhead. It's probably going to be a green, I think. Just looking at the carapace there. So Kemp's Ridley has got a much more knobbly kind of show. A green, which is, isn't that Coloniamitis, I think? It's the green sea turtle? That's got to be a green right there. I think so. Could be a loggerhead. It's got a very scaly kind of head. I think it's a green, though. Mirth says Kemp's Ridley? Could it be? I don't know about that. Could be. I need to get better at my turtle identification. Leatherbacks are easy because they're the only surviving member of their entire family. They're very, very different from all other sea turtles. So they're unmistakable. You see a leatherback, you know it's a leatherback. All these other guys are a bit trickier. And holy cow, Nelf says, Danny, this year was a record number for leatherback sea turtles at the park where I volunteer. We had 42 nests from a previous record of 33 in 2019. That's incredible, Nelf. I'm going to ask you where that is. You do not have to respond because I'm not trying to dox anybody. But if you just want to say what state that's in or whatever, I'm curious. You don't have to respond though. But that's exciting. Leatherback turtle populations in the North Atlantic or the Northern Atlantic Basin are on the increase, it seems, or at least they're not decreasing as quickly as other leatherback populations. The Eastern Pacific population, off the coast of where I live, in California, is seeing a steep decline. It's something like 6% decline every single year. So that means there's 6% fewer turtles every single year, which puts them on track to go extinct, or be extirpated at least. Population completely gone in the Eastern Pacific by like 2050, 2060. Which is deeply, deeply distressing. You know, like it's not great. That's one of the reasons why I'm so jazzed to do this project, you know. But in other parts of the world, they're doing a bit better. Canaveral Naval Seashore by Kennedy Space Center. Very cool, Nell. Very, very cool. Excellent. That's really, really good to hear. And I'm really excited to potentially go to Florida early next year. Maybe to visit this facility. We'll see.
Nesting sea turtles.
Here in Boca Raton, we have 5 miles of sandy beach, and we get 3 species of sea turtles: leatherback, loggerhead.
Oh, maybe that was a loggerhead earlier.
And green nesting on our beaches.
Huh.
And some people even come here specifically to see sea turtles.
I'm going to.
Once,
let's hope.
The presence of sea turtles on beaches here and around the world was commonplace.
Geeks Tour says the increase in numbers in the Northeast, do we know if that is all conservation or possibly due to ocean temperatures? Great white sharks are showing up more off the northeast coast of Canada. Water temperatures are believed to be a big reason. So for leatherbacks, the water temperature is not going to be a big factor. So critters like sharks, especially Carcharodon, the white shark, they tend to go further north during El Nino years here in the Pacific because they kind of need warmer water temperatures. They don't like it when it's really cold. Leatherback turtles, however, really don't care. They're able to generate some of their own body heat by swimming. It's kind of incredible because despite being an ectothermic reptile, so despite being ostensibly cold-blooded, they can generate some of their own body heat from within. And so the internal temperature of a leatherback turtle might be like 18 degrees Celsius higher than the surrounding water temperature. They might as well be warm-blooded for the intents and purposes we're talking about. So warming ocean temperatures are not going to expand their range because they're going as far north as Alaska anyway. They've been spotted swimming around, you know, around ice floes and stuff like that. It's kind of incredible. They just go where the food is, and if anything, overheating is more of a risk to leatherback turtles when they're nesting in the Caribbean, for instance, in really warm water temperatures. Apparently they have to dive pretty deep just to be able to cool down at certain times because the water is so warm, and they have so much insulating fat, and they generate so much body heat by swimming. So yeah, I say all of this just to make the point that it's probably conservation efforts that are making the difference there, and not rising ocean temperatures. So that is a reason for optimism in the Atlantic, at least. Yeah. Great question, Geeks Tour. Great question. But yeah. Yeah. And Golganix says, Chair's turtle. That's a decent-sized turtle. Yeah, and this, I think, is a green sea turtle here, which get pretty big. I think they can get about 6 feet wide or something like, or 6 feet long. The leatherback turtle, however, is significantly larger when full-grown. Leatherback turtle is the world's largest turtle. They can get twice as long as a green sea turtle. They are enormous. And so, oh, I love this figure right here. This is super cool. So here are all 7 living species of sea turtle. And then here is a blue silhouette of Archelon. This is the critter whose skull we're going to be assembling in a little bit. Really excited about that. Oh yeah. Critters like Archelon are related to leatherbacks, but they're not the ancestors of leatherbacks. These guys went extinct at the end of the Cretaceous. The leatherback lineage already existed at that time. And they were off doing their own thing. They survived when Archelon and its relatives, the other protostegids, went extinct. So interesting stuff. Yeah. Anywho. And that's very cool, Das Fuster. Just read an article, the islands well off of the northwest coast of Africa, Cape Verde, actually hired the former turtle poachers to protect them from... That's awesome, Das Fuster. There's a similar thing going on in Trinidad. Yeah. We'll take a look at that too. We've watched that video on stream before. There was that guy, I forget his name, but he is now like Mr. Leatherback in Trinidad. And I'll just show you a quick clip. We'll watch the whole thing another time. Len Peters is his name. It is a brave thing to do when people want to get you. So that's a leatherback right there. Not a particularly big one. Yep. That's a huge turtle. The 2000, like, that might be actually an outdated figure. There was one leatherback that was stranded or caught in Wales, I think. I want to say in Cardiff in the UK. And it was the official figure was like 2,000 pounds, and I think that specimen is actually in a museum and it was re-examined and it's not nearly that big. So yeah, I think the figure that I typically hear is like 1,700 pounds. Which is still extraordinary. Like, I don't weigh nearly that. I doubt, you know, half of chat weighs nearly that much. Yeah, and I bet half of chat can't dive down to, you know, over 1,000 meters in depth or migrate from Malaysia to Oregon in a single year by swimming. You know, they're extraordinary animals, you know? And Zukotu, it's a running joke that I do all the time where I shame chat for not being as extraordinary as some of the different creatures that we talk about here. But welcome, Zutoku. Yeah. RB says, I'm 180 pounds and willing to try. There you go. The sky's the limit, you know? But try doing that on a diet of almost exclusively sea jellies, jellyfish, gelatinous zooplankton, creatures that are extremely low in nutrients, you know? Good luck with that, gaining weight on that kind of a diet. It'd be like exclusively eating celery or something, you know? Yeah. And the Mothproof KT says, we as women would quit if we had to swim that far just to give birth. No, thank you. Yeah, especially when the males don't have to do it. Well, they still... You know what? Actually, I don't know if the males... No, I think they do as well, because I think the actual coupling occurs near the nesting beaches. So the males are making that migration as well. Anyway, yeah. The males never have to go up onto land again after they hatch. But, yeah. Other sea turtles. Sometimes the males and the females will come up onto the beach just to bask in the sun. Leatherbacks do not do that. If you see a leatherback on the beach, it's either a nesting female or something is seriously wrong. It's like a male who's dead or something. So, yeah. Anyhow. So these are these greens? I think these are green sea turtles, and they're just resting on the beach.
Estimate that in pre-colonial times, there were around 40 million in the nearby Caribbean alone. But since then, some species there have lost up to 97% of their historic populations.
Jeez, yeah.
Globally, others have seen similar declines. Florida turtles have been hard hit too.
There was a time in the past where some species of sea turtles were pretty much extinct in Florida. They were overharvested, overfished, and they were pretty much non-existent as far as nesting on our beaches.
2 of the 3 species nesting in Boca are listed as vulnerable, while 1 is endangered. But in the last quarter century, conservation efforts on Florida beaches have vastly improved the outlook for most of these embattled creatures.
So for me, this is what started this whole thing, was seeing a nest like this on the beach when I was in Puerto Rico back in May of this year. You know, I'd always known that leatherback turtles are these extraordinary animals. I'd always realized that they were unique, that there's nothing else like them on our planet today. They're like a throwback to the Mesozoic. So I'd always been fascinated by them, but I'd never really felt a connection to them until this past year, when I was in Puerto Rico. So I encountered a whole bunch of different leatherback turtle nests, and it was extraordinary, just seeing evidence of a creature that I'd only read about before. I always knew that they were really special, but like seeing the nest there in person was extraordinary. There we go. This is on the beach at one of the beaches at Culebra, which is a little island off the coast of mainland Puerto Rico. Just incredible, you know? And then on the main island of Puerto Rico, there were a bunch of other nests. We stayed in Luquillo for a while. There were leatherback nests there too, and you could tell that they were leatherback nests because it was clearly like a huge pit was dug right there. No other sea turtle, you know, digs nests that are nearly that big. So it was pretty extraordinary.
One of the most crucial steps has been protecting the turtles during their short but critical time on land.
How we're going to help the species recover
leatherback there,
protecting nests and protecting hatchlings so they can
There's leatherback hatchlings.
Be adult turtles and come back to these nesting grounds.
Around Florida, teams like this one, led by David Anderson, follow the turtles' tracks to find and protect every nest.
And it's really important we get an early start every morning before people come out onto the beach. We mark every single nest with wooden stakes and orange flagging tape. So all of our nests, we're confident that the eggs were inside that perimeter.
Yep.
Secure in these.
And that was actually one of the things that I found so affecting when I was there in Puerto Rico. Was that that's all that's protecting these nests are some wooden stakes and some flagging tape, you know? And sometimes a sign like this, you know, and it might have a little logo for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service or something like that there. So, like, maybe there's some implication that, like, hey, this is a federal crime. Don't mess with this nest. Yeah, protected by federal and state laws, sure. But that's it. You know? Nobody watching over the nest 24/7. No laser fence. No, you know, no ATST walkers stationed next to it in order to stand vigil over the nest and protect it. Nothing like that. Wooden stakes and flagging tape to protect a creature that is at risk of extinction, you know? People can be decent, absolutely, Charlie's Dragon, and it's kind of relying on people to be decent. And I don't know, maybe that's why I found it so deeply affecting, is like, this is pointing out to people where the nest is, so you're relying on the good nature of people to protect it. Like, these are creatures that rely upon our kindness at this point. We as human beings have messed up their environment, their ecosystem, messed up the ocean basins at large enough to be able to send their population into a steep decline. And now we're relying on the goodness of people's hearts, basically, to prevent these animals from going extinct. That's nuts. And it made me want to get involved, you know? Yeah. But yeah, and Fake Do It says, hi, Danny and team. Hello, Fake Do It. How you doing? Do we know how leatherback turtles navigate and travel such distances in those timelines? Not the strongest swimmers in the sea, I think. No, they're incredibly strong swimmers. Absolutely. Shoot. Leatherback turtles are, well, this figure says, swimming machines. They are incredibly strong swimmers, and they are some of the deepest divers of any vertebrate animal. They're incredible divers. So that's one of the special things about leatherback turtles, is that these critters don't have the hard shell that other sea turtles have. Their skeleton, like, so they don't have the big, like, osteoderms that form a hard shell. This is soft along here. There we go. So here is researcher Scott Benson, I'm actually hoping to meet with soon and talk leatherbacks with.
Archelon, that was the predecessor to the leatherback. And that animal there was on the order of 12 to 18 feet long.
So we'll be assembling a skull of Archelon in just a bit.
It does not have a hard shell. It has a carapace that's covered in skin.
There we go.
If you scratch it, it would actually bleed.
Yep.
This is actually an advantage to this animal because it's capable of diving to some great depths, and having a flexible shell allows compression at depth. It's got a very high growth rate.
So that's the incredible thing, is that leatherback turtles, you might think, oh, it doesn't have a hard shell like other turtles. That's a disadvantage, right? It doesn't have that armored carapace that other sea turtles have. So it's, you know, clearly that's a bad thing, right? Wrong. The reason why they have that leathery carapace like that is so that it can actually compress as these animals go to tremendous depths. So leatherback turtles can swim to depths where we would be absolutely crushed. So, like, our lungs would collapse. We'd just be like a gelatinous pulp at that point. And if a human being were to sink to that depth, just the pressure of all of the ocean water above would just brush us flat. But leatherback turtles, by contrast... Dikiara, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Their leathery carapace can actually compress like that. So rather than cracking like a regular turtle shell would, these guys are built, they specifically evolved to compress like that in order to be able to reach tremendous depths in order to thermoregulate and eat their prey, sea jellies, things like that. They're one of the deepest diving of all animals with bones, of all vertebrates. There's something like, I think they're the third deepest diving tetrapod. Well, maybe fourth after sperm whales, elephant seals, and then some species of beaked whale can also dive to incredible depths. Nobody really knows how deep for a lot of these critters because they're very understudied. But right after them is leatherback turtles. They're the only sea turtle that can do that, the only reptile that can do that. It's pretty extraordinary. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. And yeah, RB14, exactly. Sperm whales, like I said, sperm whales, beaked whales, and then elephant seals. Each of those three critters, all of the mammals, can dive as deep or deeper than leatherbacks. But leatherbacks are fourth after that. They're incredible animals. To think that a turtle can swim to depths of like over 1,000 meters. So it's like 3,000 feet plus deep down. And Fintincan says, so even Archelon could dive that deep? We don't really know how deep critters like Archelon could dive. They did have a similar kind of shell structure. So they also had kind of a leathery back like that, but I doubt they would have been able to dive as deep because their skeleton doesn't seem to be as flexible. Their carapace there's still structure to it in which the ribs kind of meet a ring that runs around the outside. In Dermachelys, the leatherback turtle does not. So with leatherback turtles, there is no bony ring that goes around the ribs. And so I would suspect that they're able to compress further. They've got more flexibility than these guys, where you actually have that bony ring that runs around the outside. This feels to me more brittle than this, if that makes sense. You know? So there's a leatherback turtle skeleton right there. Yeah. Does that make sense? It'd be really cool to like run an experiment like this. If we had like some sort of a device that could exert water pressure or something. But yeah. The skeleton's more deformable. Exactly, the horror. Using engineering terms there. I love it. Yeah. So pretty neat. Pretty darn cool. Yeah. Anyway, back to this video here.
Locations, the eggs can incubate, safe from human traffic. The team keeps an eye on the nest until the eggs hatch, and then lends a hand if there are any stragglers.
Oh, look, a live hatchling.
Oh.
All right.
Oh.
Hey, little guy.
Across Florida, these efforts...
Here's one I prepared earlier.
In 1985, the 3 sea turtle species made just under 27,000 nests in the state.
That's the state of Florida, for those of you just tuning in.
That number was over 150,000. As soon as the hatchlings hit the water, other protections focus on the coastal areas where many of them grow up.
That's a green right there.
Here it gives these little green turtles all they need, and that's the food they're looking for in these shallow waters. And
so this is the only species that I saw, like, outside of a nest. I saw leatherback nests, but no actual leatherback turtles. I saw, I think, 2 green sea turtles while in Puerto Rico from a distance, and it was extraordinary.
And also places to hide at night and sleep.
They're so cool.
Greens are the only vegetarian sea turtles, so the coastal seagrasses provide the perfect habitat.
So this turtle, we're gonna give it a full assessment. This is the same assessment we do on every turtle we catch. These turtles will come in when they're small, and then they'll move off into deeper seagrass beds in the Keys or within the greater Caribbean.
Huh.
Loggerheads follow a similar path.
So loggerheads, I think, are so called because they've got a big head. Yeah, they've got the largest head to body ratio, I think, of any living sea turtle.
By keeping tabs on the turtles near shore, conservationists can help mitigate threats like boat strikes, loss of key habitat, and pollution.
I am hopeful for this
For
turtle.
lager as a drink. I'm not sure about that geek story.
Efforts that we've put in place, I give this a really good chance for this animal to make it to maturity and have a successful life.
All right.
For greens and loggerheads, things are looking up. But
what about the leatherback?
Present some additional challenges.
Yeah, in some ways, leatherback turtles are the most difficult turtle species to protect because they are ocean wanderers. So they will cross entire ocean basins. They'll be out in international waters where there essentially are no laws, you know? So they get caught in fishing nets. They get struck by boats. They ingest plastic pollution. All kinds of stuff like that. With these other turtle species, if you're protecting nearshore habitats, then you're protecting the turtles too. But with leatherbacks, they're swimming for thousands upon thousands of miles out in the open ocean. They're much more difficult to protect in that sense. Yeah. And Geeks Tour says, do leatherbacks lay as many eggs as the others? And do they lay eggs every year? They don't lay eggs every year. It's every 2 to 5 years, something like that, for a given female, from what I understand. They do lay, I don't know if they lay the most number of individual eggs, but leatherback turtles, there's so many superlatives about them. This is one of them. Leatherback turtles have the highest volume of egg mass produced of any vertebrate animal. So any animal that lays eggs that has bones, you know, that's fishes, amphibians, reptiles, mammals. Leatherbacks lay the highest volume of eggs. It's an incredible quantity of eggs. So a female leatherback turtle, she will not lay eggs every single year, but maybe every 2 years to every 5 years. But then during each of those nesting years that she lays eggs, she'll go back to the same beaches, I think about 8 times or so. So she'll lay eggs in about 8 different nests, and she'll do that every few years, if that makes sense. Yeah, there you go. Nelf says, but a single female may lay up to 7 nests in a season. Nelf, I love that you know so much about this. This is phenomenal. Holy cow. Yeah. Pretty darn cool. So different populations of leatherbacks will lay different numbers of eggs, have different, like, frequencies of nesting seasons, that kind of thing. So, different populations of leatherback turtles. I was hoping for a simple figure here, but yeah, that'll work. Yeah. Thank you for the follow, Gamer Chiaro. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. So, leatherback turtles, they exist, they're what we might call a cosmopolitan species, so they exist all over the world. They used to be more widespread than this, but anyway. And this is not quite right, so here, let's get into this for a second. Let me pause the music for just a moment. Leatherback turtles that feed off of the coast of California and Oregon and Washington up here. They're feeding off sea jellies. This population comes here to forage, but they nest all the way across the Pacific Ocean, the world's biggest ocean. They swim all the way across. They nest in Indonesia, over here. The turtles that nest up in the Caribbean, and as far north as like North Carolina. These guys will forage up here in the north off the coast of Canada, off of like Newfoundland and that area up there. In fact, there's a sea turtle organization up in Halifax in Canada, and they primarily focus on leatherback turtles. Anyway, so these guys are foraging up here, and then they're coming down here to nest. They don't have nearly as long a migration as the Eastern Pacific population. I think these guys tend to lay more eggs than these guys do. There's also a population of leatherbacks that nests along the coast of Costa Rica and like Central America down here. I'm not sure where they go to feed. They might go out to the middle of the Pacific or something like that. They might go further south. I'm not totally familiar with where these guys are feeding. I don't know if they're as well studied. But the guys who are living up, feeding off here in the Eastern Pacific, they migrate all the way over to Indonesia in order to lay their eggs. Pretty extraordinary. HD says they don't like West Coast beaches. It's too cold. That's the thing, is that they need warm water temperatures for their young. And also they need warm sand temperatures for their young as well. So when they're laying eggs, they don't want to lay them off the coast of San Francisco or anything like that. Because the sand temperature is too cold and the water temperature is too cold for their hatchlings. So leatherback turtles are able to withstand really cold temperatures in the water, but that's when they're adults. So some people call them gigantotherms. Gigantothermy is this idea that, like, the larger you are, the easier it is to maintain your body temperature. We talked about this yesterday or the day before with dinosaurs like Eutyrannus and stuff like that, and how the bigger you are as a dinosaur, the less likely it is that you'll have feathers, that kind of thing. It's gigantothermy. The bigger you are, the easier it is to maintain body heat. A little tiny hatchling leatherback turtle that would be smaller than this model right here. These guys need warm temperatures, which is why they're nesting off of like warmer areas like this. Does that make sense? Yeah. And it is the Canadian Sea Turtle Network. Exactly, Geeks Tour. Yes. Yes. They don't want to lay their eggs in a fridge. Exactly, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. Yeah. So let's get back to our video here.
Leatherbacks are very interesting animals. They're very mysterious because they spend most all of their lives out in the open ocean.
Yep.
We don't know as much about them as we do the other two species, which we see all the time off the coast and in the intercoastal waterway.
Yep.
It can be 20 to 30 years from the moment leatherbacks enter the surf as hatchlings until they return to land to lay eggs.
And again, it's only the females that do that. The males, the last time that they're ever on land is when they emerge from their eggs and they scoot down the beach into the ocean. And is the only time that a male leatherback should ever be on land. Occasionally they'll get beached or something if they're sick or something like that, but that usually means they're like close to death. The only ones who ever actually return to the beach are the females.
Scientists have data about the adult leatherbacks' years at sea from satellite tags they put on them when they come ashore. They've learned that leatherbacks have the widest distribution of any reptile.
Yep.
Migrating from the tropics almost to the poles.
Incredible. So they've been spotted up off the Aleutian Islands in Alaska. Way far north up there, in waters that would kill you or me. We would freeze to death in those waters. And a turtle is able to survive and thrive. Like, they visit those areas in order to feed. They migrate there in order to eat sea jellies. You and I would die if we swam around for more than a few minutes in those waters. And these guys thrive in it. It's incredible.
10,000 miles a year. But they know almost nothing about where these turtles go.
And there you go, Alexander Morrison, yeah.
Of their lives.
All those pilot fishes and remoras around them,
lost years.
They are like a micro-ecosystem. But yeah, there is a term there I don't want to gloss over. The lost years. The lost years is this idea in sea turtle research, where when the young hatch out of their eggs and scoot down the beach, disappear into the water, usually they are not seen until they're adults. So, like, what happens to them in the meantime? Where do they go? What do they eat? How do they survive? what's going on with them? It's still kind of a mystery, hence the lost years.
They're so-called lost years.
Yep.
Scientists at Florida Atlantic University are trying to solve that mystery.
Here's Jeanette Wyneken. She's one of the people I need to get in touch with.
Marine Lab, we have the facilities to
And you're right, Boba Minx,
bring
yes.
in hatchling sea turtles,
Internal fertilization.
raise them for days to weeks to
This is so
even
cool.
months.
The first time I saw this video, I said, what? I didn't know anybody in the world was doing this. Raising leatherback turtles in captivity. I presumed that it would be impossible because these are pelagic species. You can't raise them in a tank. They'd keep hitting the edges of the tank, kind of like a white shark or something, and they would die. But these clever folks have figured out how to do this. It's pretty cool.
The reason why we bring those animals in is to understand their early life. When the hatchlings come out, the hatchlings are about this big. We don't see it again till it's a 6 or 7 foot long turtle.
So again, we're missing out on all of that ontogeny. What do the turtles look like at the halfway point in their growth?
Ontogeny.
You know?
Ontogeny.
Exactly, Scoobs. Yeah. Yeah.
Ontogeny. Ontogeny.
Interestingly, it doesn't seem like these critters are exhibiting ontogenetic niche partitioning like a lot of dinosaurs may have done. Which means that at different stages of growth, they're eating different things. It seems like these guys are just eating sea jellies from the time that they're hatchlings to the time that they're, you know, practically the size of a car. A small car. Volkswagen Beetle or something. 1960s Volkswagen Beetle. But yeah, and that might be one of the reasons why they survived the end Cretaceous extinction event. Why they survived the KPG extinction, the one that killed off the non-bird dinosaurs and killed off their relatives, the protostegates, things like Archelon. That might be because these guys, leatherbacks, they're eating the same thing when they're hatchlings and when they're adults. So they're less vulnerable to extinction in that sense. It's not like they have to move up through different ecological niches. These guys are just jellyfish eaters. And they're eating jellyfish at different stages of life. And so as long as there's jellyfish, they stand a good chance at survival. At least when we're talking about, you know, natural cataclysms like asteroid impacts and stuff like that.
That's a lot of biology that's going on between this and this.
Yeah.
So it's really hard to know a lot about these animals.
This lab is the only one in the world that raises these little leatherbacks, and we've learned so much in the few years that I've worked with them.
This is so cool.
In the
I would love to visit here. I'm announcing an intention about this. No guarantee it'll happen, shoot, but I'm gonna try.
Thanks. Researchers study their growth, behavior, and feeding habits. But raising these open ocean travelers has its challenges.
Yep.
We've learned that they need to be on a tether type system in their tank.
They're just constantly swimming anyway, so that would mimic them swimming in the open ocean.
Of course. What does that remind me of? Oh. Tethered swimming. But that's exactly what they've got these baby leatherbacks doing, because it's a requirement of their biology. They're constantly swimming all the time. They can't be running into the sides of the tank. They need to be doing tethered swimming. So TS for them, you know?
Constantly swimming anyway, so that would mimic them swimming in the open ocean. If these guys were off of their Velcro tethers, they'd be constantly running into the wall.
We've also learned what their dietary needs are and different recipes that fit those dietary needs.
Huh. And it's not so much that they would freeze. This water is going to be warm enough for them, Claire. It's that if they're off of those tethers, they'd just be running into the sides all the time, and they'd be sloughing off skin. They'd be getting abrasions, rashes, wounds. You got to do this to keep them from running into the sides, because they're used to being out in the open ocean where there are no barriers. There's nothing to run into, you know. So if you're going to keep them in a tank, this is how you have to do it. Yeah.
Their natural diet is jellyfish. So here in the lab, we do try to replicate that.
Somebody said lunchable meat here. You know, I don't know. I don't know what the Lunchables meat was actually made of, but it certainly looks the same. Kind of gray. Yeah. Maybe it was made from sea jellies. I'm not sure. Looks pretty similar.
Diet is jellyfish. So here in the lab, we do try to replicate that. When feeding them, we do undulate the food like a jellyfish.
Oh.
So that movement, they can detect and see in the wild as well.
So it comports with their natural instincts. If it's waggling, they're like, oh, jelly?
Jellyfish
Nice.
may leave leatherbacks vulnerable at sea.
One threat that leatherbacks face is plastic pollution, especially things like plastic bags that look like jellyfish in the water.
Yeah.
Leatherbacks also fall prey to long lines and abandoned fishing gear that can entangle and drown them. That's why it's so important to understand where they spend their early years. To find out, Jeanette's lab is working on a pioneering tracking program with the
And yeah, anyway.
Upwell, which focuses on turtle conservation at sea.
So I think it's okay that I say this, but I just had a phone conversation the other week with George Schillinger from Upwell. He's the director of the organization. There he is right there. And yeah, it'd be great to be able to partner with them. Paleontologizing and Upwell. Maybe there's something that we can do. But they're based here in coastal California. So could be a really fruitful partnership, potentially. If there's something that we as a community can do to help I was going to say raise their public profile, but, you know, they're a legit organization. This is not they don't need the help of a Twitch streamer necessarily. But if there's something that we can do to help them in their mission, I want to try and do it, you know?
Nonprofit Upwell, which focuses on turtle conservation at sea.
They've got the ability to help us with the satellite tracking of where our little turtles go.
This is the first ever tracking project for such small, young leatherbacks.
Yeah. Oh, it's red. It's blinking.
Raising the turtles in the lab for 2 to 3 months allows them to grow big enough to carry the trackers.
So this is something that I was talking about with George from Upwell. They apparently have trackers that are even smaller now. This is a new development that they've got in the works, where they can potentially put the trackers on, maybe on hatchlings, fresh out of the egg. So these kind of micro trackers like that, they've ensmallened to the point where it might be feasible to be able to put them on fresh hatchlings now and be able to figure out where they go immediately after they hatch out.
Yeah, I heard the beat. Okay.
Because we still don't know.
And Emily helped activate a satellite device.
All right.
So this is a turtle, you know, this one's going to be bigger than this model right here. So this is larger than a hatchling. That's one that would fit in the palm of my hand right there, but it's still probably twice the size of a hatchling.
They're taking this turtle out.
And return this little turtle back to the wild.
Pretty awesome.
As the youngsters swim off, the tags will send back data on their location.
Yeah, because look at that. It's it's still a fairly large tag. This video came out a year ago. I've heard that they've got even smaller ones now. It's a rumor that I've heard. But yeah, pretty cool.
Depth and direction for about a month.
Once you know where they're going, then we can share that with the regulatory agencies that protect those habitats.
And that line kind of fills me with dread because regulatory agencies that protect these habitats. This video came out before the second Trump presidency, and some of those regulatory agencies have been absolutely gutted recently. It's other people are going to have to try and step up, given that some of these government agencies that used to protect these animals now lack a lot of the funding and a lot of the power to be able to do that nowadays. So again, that's one of the reasons why I'm so excited for this project is we can't necessarily rely on Fish and Wildlife or NOAA or other organizations like that who are struggling just to survive at this point. This might take more of a community approach. So yeah, not with the oil company executives in charge. Exactly, Mark Melvin, yeah. Yeah. Oh, and that is a phenomenal question, Petrodactylus. Thank you for reposting it, Claire Burr. Do leatherbacks shed skin and scutes? I wonder how they keep trackers on if they do. Phenomenal question, Petrodactylus. That is a significant issue. It's a problem that needs to be solved. Leatherback hatchlings do have scutes on them. So they've got scales, and they shed those over time. Because the adults don't have those. Other sea turtles, they've got, you know, a carapace and a plastron that's bony. They've got these bony osteoderms and scutes that all fit together. It's attached to the ribcage. Leatherbacks don't have that. And so the young are born with scales like that become smooth skin later on in life. So I'll see if we can find a close-up image. Well, maybe not. But it is smooth. They've got a smooth, leathery skin as adults. They shed those scales at some point in their juvenile stage as they're maturing. And so how do you get a tracker to stay on for long enough to yield valuable data? It's a biological and an engineering challenge, for sure. Yeah. Makes the mysteries around them make a lot more sense. Exactly, Petrodactylus, yeah. Yeah. Anyhow. So that's one of the things I'd love to talk about with some of these leatherback conservation experts, researchers. How do you do that? And that was actually one of the things I was talking about with George on the phone. He seemed excited that there are some new ideas about how to produce a tracker for leatherback hatchlings like this that's small enough that it won't weigh them down too much, it won't affect their survival, but also it can stay on them for long enough without sloughing off with their scales so they can gather enough data to be useful to help protect these animals. So yeah, interesting scientific problems all the way around. Like this is it's a really interesting area for research, you know? Something you get excited about for sure.
We're starting to learn what route the turtles are going to take and what they're going to encounter along those long migrations. And each year we get a little more information about where these little turtles go.
Very cool.
So far, they've tracked the turtles riding the Gulf Stream along the coast, then heading out to sea. As the success on land already shows, the more we learn, the greater the potential to keep these amazing animals safe, even if that's far from shore.
I'm hopeful for the future of sea turtles. I think there's enough people that are passionate about them that are putting in efforts to protect them and increase their numbers.
Pretty cool.
Thanks for watching.
I'll give you a link to this video right here. One of my favorite videos on YouTube about leatherbacks. It hopefully starts to give you a sense for what I'm trying to do, why I'm so excited about these animals, and why I want to help contribute to their conservation. There's this incredible link between the Mesozoic and today. And on that same note, as we get ready to assemble our Archelon skull, let's check out this video from PBS Eons. We've watched it before, but it's particularly relevant to today's stream. Mayor Space says, nobody's there to show the babies where they're supposed to go. They just have to figure it out. Exactly. It's like, every adult leatherback that you see is a minor miracle. That is a creature that has emerged from an egg buried in a beach. That egg has managed to avoid getting eaten by predators or poached by humans. That baby sea turtle has emerged from that egg, dug its way up through the sand onto the beach, run the gauntlet of predators on the beach to be able to make it into the ocean. And then it's been able to swim and also be carried by currents, being able to find enough food along the way. It's been able to keep from overheating or freezing. It's managed to survive and thrive to the point where it's been able to reach that adult size. Like, that might be a 1 in 1,000 shot. It might be a 1 in 10,000 shot. Each adult leatherback that you see it's like it's won the lottery. You know, it's extraordinary. And if there's anything at all that we can do to help increase those odds of survival, that's absolutely worth pursuing, you know? But one of the first steps in doing that is trying to figure out where these baby turtles go as soon as they hatch. Are they primarily swimming? Are they primarily being carried by the current? Is it some combination of the two? Do they need to get to a certain area where they can find enough food? And, like, failing to do that means that they starve? Are they diving really deep? Are they staying near the surface? Like, what are they doing? All of these different questions have bearing on how you might try and protect these animals. And so that information is worth its weight in gold. It is extraordinarily valuable. And we have so little information about what these baby turtles are doing. Yeah, it's fascinating from a scientific perspective and from a, I don't know, just like a sentimental perspective too. It tugs at the heartstrings, you know, thinking about these little baby turtles all by themselves out in this vast ocean, trying to survive, get enough food to eat, avoid being eaten themselves, and reach the point where they can eventually have their own young. It's such an extraordinary journey, you know? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, an interesting Geeks Tour, Silverback, yeah. Not a close relative of leatherback turtles, but let's... To make the point of how distant leatherback turtles are from other turtles, and also from mammals, like primates, like silverback gorillas or human beings. Let's find leatherbacks in our tree of life here. They do both have backs, Mayor of Space, and backbones, and a number of other features. So, leatherback turtles, Dermachelys coriacea.
Every bone that we find tells us something about how the world was 80 million years ago, which is
80 million years ago. Thank you, Lincoln Fleet, for the follow. 80 million years ago is about when leatherback turtles split off from other sea turtles, we think. That's the figure that I hear the most often. Here, this is a little bit different. This is 68.5. I've usually heard close to 80 million years ago, but 68.5 million years ago. 68, 80, what's a few million years between friends, you know? So it's between 60 and 80 million years ago that leatherback turtles split from other sea turtles. So there is as much time separating leatherbacks from other sea turtles today. They've been separate for that long, evolving in separate directions for about 80 million years. There's 80 million years separating leatherbacks from other sea turtles. That's about the same distance as between humans and elephants on the mammal part of the tree of life here. It's pretty extraordinary. So anyway, let's chart the difference between leatherbacks and silverbacks. Gorilla. Let's do Western gorilla. In order to get to the common ancestor of these two critters, you've got to go back 320 million years. So this is essentially the split between mammals and reptiles. The synapsids and the sauropsids. If we're going to go to gorillas, who are over here, eastern and western gorillas here, there's only 8 million years separating gorillas from us. Only 8 million years difference. So that means 8 million years ago, the ancestor of gorillas and humans was the same ancestor. We were the same thing 8 million years ago, essentially. We were the same thing. I'm trying to think of a way to describe this where it's not too confusing. You go back 8 million years, and there's the ancestor that we share with with silverback gorillas. That split hadn't occurred yet between the human lineage and the gorilla lineage. There was just that ancestor that existed 8 million years ago. If you go back to 80 million years ago, let's see. Yeah, here we go. Boroeutheria. So, about 80 million years ago, you have the common ancestor of all of these different mammals. Primates like lemurs, rabbits, goats, squirrels, rats, bats, moles, hedgehogs. So the point that I'm making here is there's about as much difference in terms of time between you and a hedgehog than there is between a leatherback turtle and a green sea turtle. Leatherback turtles are that different from green sea turtles. In terms of their biology, in terms of their DNA and everything else. Maybe they evolved a little bit more slowly. I don't know about evolutionary rates here, but that's the point, is leatherback turtles have been distinct from other sea turtles for as long as the human lineage has been distinct from the hedgehog lineage. How wild is that, you know? Kind of puts things in a perspective, right? Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, and yeah, to make that clear, so gorillas are not our closest relatives as humans. Chimps are, and bonobos. So African apes, this is the group that includes chimps, gorillas, bonobos, and humans. Humans are right here. Chimps and bonobos are right there. There's only 6 million years separating us from the chimps. Pretty close. Again, there's 80 million years, give or take, separating leatherbacks from other sea turtles. How cool is that, you know? Yeah. So yeah, anywho. With that being said, this figure from Scott Benson's talk here, is one of the world's leading lights on leatherback turtles. He's pointing out that the leatherbacks, Dermachelyidae, this whole family of leatherback turtles, of which today there's only one surviving species, they seem to have split off, this is saying here, well, over 100 million years ago. But some of their relatives are critters like Archelon. This giant sea turtle here. Archelon and the other protostegid turtles, they seem to have split off before the evolution of leatherbacks and then before the evolution of other sea turtles too. So this is a more ancient group, but they're closer to leatherbacks than they are to modern sea turtles. So with that said, let's take a look at this PBS Eons video about these critters.
In 1896, a paleontologist...
Get some paleontological perspective.
In 1896, a paleontologist working on fossils from South Dakota described...
I think I might have this figure... No, not on the wall today. I have it printed out, but it's not up on the wall right now. Anyway, such a cool image. Look at that. Just absolutely iconic, you know? Is that actual size? Well, this is to scale, if that's what you're saying, yeah. So there's a human person, and there's the skeleton of Archelon right there. Pretty extraordinary, right? These are, as far as we know, the largest turtles to have ever lived. Extraordinary.
In 1896, a paleontologist working on fossils from South Dakota described a spectacular new discovery. It was a giant sea turtle.
And we've actually done a live stream from this exact spot. This is the museum in Lehi, Utah. Here, I'll show you. That is a amount of Archelon right there. There we go.
Type of dino. People seem to think.
So there's the Ceratosaurus. We were talking about this a little while ago. And there we go. That are kind of star-shaped like that. They've got these finger-like projections. So I remember the signal being kind of spotty here. Capture monkeys or sloths, and they'll basically like crush their skulls using. Anyhow, these level animals inhabiting it. There we go. So does this look familiar? There it is in my VOD. And here it is with some better lighting in this video. That's a still that they've got though. There it is. My goodness. So cool. This, of course, is Archelon. So, different skull than we're going to be assembling today. I think it might still... This is like Josh was pointing out from Paleostream. This is a much more Protostega-like skull. It does make me wonder what's going on with the skulls of these animals. Be the largest turtle that ever lived. Just astonishing. Leatherback sea turtles today are pretty big. They could be like the size of a small car. This is back in 2021. Even back then. You see, I've always been fascinated by leatherback turtles. Talking about them back then too, but yeah. Leatherback sea turtles today are pretty big. They could be like the size of a small car. This is like the size of a large car. Archelon. And Mayor Space wants to know, why do they have those plates that look like gears? That's how turtle plastrons and carapaces often look. So they've got these kind of like interlocking fingers there. So that's just how it goes. That's maybe not the best source there. But yeah, that's kind of how these different bony bits fit together. And in the sea turtles... So there's the plastron of a green turtle. They've got these parts that kind of interfinger like that. I think part of that is for some degree of flexibility, so they can compress at depth, under water pressure. They can kind of slot together a little bit further, or they can come further apart if they need to. There's a little bit of what we would call kinesis there, as I understand it. So a little bit of flexibility, so it flexes rather than cracking. Yeah. No Mana Man says their entire shell is made like our ribs, just firm and more resilient. To a certain extent, yeah. Yeah. That's one of the things that I was really, really pleased to show my students back when I was teaching full-time. Is, oh boy. Where is that? I put together this homology worksheet. I wish I knew where this was. I know I have it in one of our previously recorded Danny videos. Let's see here. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find it. Anyway, the rib cage of well, I can just explain what I'm talking about here. Back when I was teaching full time, I like when I was doing a summer science camp to start with. This is like kids who were supposed to be middle schoolers, and then they switched it on me without telling me. So I'm teaching like kindergartners and elementary school kids, and I'm like, okay, day of, you tell me that we're switching to an entirely different age group, like. Luckily, I was able to kind of make it work. But one of the things that I did was create a little coloring book page that had the skeletons of different animals. So I had the skeleton of a human being, and a dog, and a Tyrannosaurus, and a bird. It was a chicken or a pigeon, and a turtle. And so we had different color crayons for the activity. And I said, okay, let's find the red crayon and then find the little box that says ribs and color that red. And now we're going to track down the ribs on all of these different animals. And we're going to color those in red on all the different skeletons. So in a human being, the ribs are right here. Color those in there. Kids were able to find them on the T-Rex. That was pretty easy for them. They were able to find it on the pigeon or the chicken. They were able to find it on the dog. But when it came time to color in the turtle, this is like, I think, a tortoise skeleton that I had picked. They're like, well, where's the ribs on the turtle? I taught like 3 or 4 different cohorts of kids, maybe 5 or 6 actually. And each time I did this activity, the kids would be like, where's the ribs on the turtle? It's got a shell, but and then it would dawn on one of the kids, and she'd go, oh, the ribs are the shell. And yeah, be like, yes, you figured it out. And all the other kids would go, oh. So this is an exercise in what we call homology, where different kinds of animals have got different bones, but they're not really different. It's the same bones that are modified or smushed, or they look different because they've evolved for different purposes. They've been modified via evolution. So this is one of these really important concepts that you have to understand if you're going to understand paleontology, if you're going to understand how animals work. So here's a quick clip from the documentary Your Inner Fish, all about this. There we go. Yeah.
And you can see evidence of that in the bones of modern creatures.
The same parts repurposed, exactly. Gray Arkin, yeah.
Scientists were finding connections between the hands and limbs of 4-legged animals. Sir Richard Owen was an anatomist in the 19th century. He was fortunate to be an anatomist in an age of discovery.
So Richard Owen is the same guy who coined the word dinosaur
London
in 1842.
With new and oddball creatures for him to analyze. And in analyzing all the different creatures, he found common patterns. Although the overall shape and structure of each limb was very different, he started to see that there was an underlying theme.
Yep. There you go, Golganek. Yes, exactly.
The same set of bones was being squashed or extended to perform different functions.
Yep, there's a sea turtle there. It's got the same finger bones, even though it doesn't have fingers.
Dogs, run and jump. What do you have? One bone, two bones, little bones, and then the digits, the equivalents of the fingers or toes. And, of course, here's a bird. Its limb has been modified into a wing.
So this is the same activity that I did with the kids, essentially. But I made a coloring book page for it.
Lots of bones.
Like a worksheet for it.
And then digits. The amazing fact is, in each of these creatures, the skeletal architecture is largely the same as ours.
There's a turtle right there.
And what was
it's got the same bones.
Surprising is that the skeleton of every animal walking the earth today has this fundamental pattern of one bone, two bones, little bones, fingers.
And it's not just in the limbs, it's also in the vertebral column, in the skull. This bird, in its skull, has got the same bones that we have in our skull. A lot of people, I think, they tend to think of a human skull as being a single bone. That is not the case. A human skull is made up of a myriad of different bones, just like the skull of any animal with a skull. So there's all of these different bones that all fit together like that. They fuse together pretty early on in ontogeny for humans, but they're made up of different bones like this.
Observation. You couldn't see a thing. Conclusion. Dinosaurs.
Durus Magnus, thank you for the 2 months of support. I appreciate that. Good to have you here. So each of these different bones has got a name. So we've got the occipital and the parietals and the squamosals, and we've got the jugals, and we've got the mandible down here, and all of these other bones. These are the same bones that you would see in the skull of a bird, like this pigeon or chicken or whatever this is here. So yeah. And they're exactly diagonal, yeah. Some of the bones have different names in a human skull, but they're the same bones, So in a turtle shell, that is osteoderms, which are these special bones that grow in the skin, but those are fused onto ribs. In a leatherback turtle, just like in, well, you can see it really well in the skeleton of Archelon right here. These are the ribs right here, and these are the backbones, the dorsal vertebrae right here. And the ribs are fused onto them, right there. And then you have these osteoderms with these cool, like, spiky bits that come off like that. In other turtles, like, this is completely enclosed. It's just all one big bony carapace. And that's because these osteoderms have expanded and they're fused onto the ribs just to form this, like, solid box, essentially. It's cool stuff. But anyway, here's me with this this skeleton in Lehigh, Utah in 2021. The largest turtle ever found, according to the signage. Yep. Its name means ruler turtle or king turtle, yeah. Like archosaurs, the ruling reptiles, Archelon. Same root word. Ruler turtle. Pretty neat. So these bones along there are osteoderms that are fused onto the rib cage. What did I just tell you? So a lot of turtles will have these osteoderms, the bones that make up the... Wasn't that great, Gregory? I had a ton of fun with it. That are kind of star-shaped like that. They've got these finger-like projections. Trinychid turtles are like this too. There. There's the plastron. All those spiky bits coming off, those finger-like projections. These guys, their shell is not completely enclosed, by bone. A lot of hollows in it. And like leatherback sea turtles, I would imagine these guys are probably endothermic. Like they probably generate their own body heat just by virtue of their size and, moving their muscles. So I used the word endothermic right there. Endothermic means warm-blooded. You generate your own body heat from within. But according to different researchers, there's a lot of arguments about the semantics here. Are they true endotherms? Do they actually generate their own body temperature? Because they don't do it in a way that's similar to mammals. or there's just kind of this thermal furnace that's going on inside where they're burning calories to produce body heat. These guys instead are generating heat by muscle action. When I'm talking about these guys, I'm talking about modern leatherback turtles. Extinct skin-shelled turtles like Archelon, were they doing the same thing? Maybe. They certainly lived in waters that were warmer back then. These ones that existed during the Cretaceous, they're living in an environment that was kind of like the modern-day Caribbean or the Mediterranean or something like that. They're living in this inland sea. Not sure if that page is going to load right now, so we might have to skip that. Apologies. But I can show you a clip from come on now. Doesn't look like it wants to play. That's odd. Huh. Well, what I can just do is do this, and we can just do a screen record. Nope, maybe we can't. That's weird. Oh wait, no, it was just taking a minute to load. Hang on. There we go.
His offspring are now just
So there's
to follow him on a journey to one of the many offshore islands.
Tyrannosaurus swimming to an offshore island. So this is when here in North America there was a vast inland seaway that kind of inundated the center of the continent. So present day Nebraska, Kansas, North and South Dakota, much of Wyoming and Montana and Colorado and New Mexico, these were all covered by an inland ocean. What we call the Western Interior Seaway. Right there, the WIS. This is in the late Cretaceous period. Temperatures were higher, sea levels were higher. You had the shallow, semi-tropical sea just right there in the middle of North America, cutting it in two. And so you would have had dinosaurs swimming across occasionally, but this inland sea was ruled by other creatures. So there's a T-Rex swimming with his young. And underneath, these gigantic sea turtles. Archelon or some other protostegid like that. Really extraordinary.
Crossing, but it can still be a dangerous one.
Yeah, very, very cool. It's funny who that is. Again, this critter right here. Yeah, pretty cool. Oh, so the point is that the water would have been warmer. Maybe these guys wouldn't have needed some of the same adaptations that modern leatherbacks have to survive in really cold water temperatures. These guys wouldn't necessarily need that. They're probably hanging out in warmer waters. And who knows? Maybe they also extended to far northerly latitudes and far southerly latitudes. Maybe they would have needed adaptations to survive. You know, maybe these guys are more cosmopolitan. Because leatherbacks today can be found in tropical waters, or they can be found off the coast of Alaska, you know, where it's really cold. Were these guys the same way? I don't know. We don't have a good handle on that. To my knowledge, Archelon isirakos, or whatever the species name is, they've only been found in South Dakota at this point. Just imagine being like, you know, sitting under an umbrella on the beach and then seeing this thing come out of the water, big female Archelon, to go lay her eggs. Just watching her haul herself up onto the shore. I mean, that would be incredible. It's amazing enough when you see a modern turtle do that. Imagine something this big. Yeah. a critter 15 feet long, like 4.5 meters.
These guys may have been like approaching maximum size for how big a turtle can be. Like still being able to support their weight on the beach when they go to lay their eggs.
There might be like an upper physical limit to that, you know?
Yeah, very cool. Got some.
Anyhow, cool stuff. If you want to watch the whole rest of that VOD, here is a link. There's a timestamp that'll bring you right to that point, too. Anywho, back to PBS Eons here.
The biggest fossil turtle ever described. It lived between 83 million and 72 million years ago in the late Cretaceous period, when the interior of North America was covered by a huge sea. And at around 4.5 meters long and weighing more than 2 metric tons, Archelon, as it's known, was more than twice the size of the largest sea turtle today, the leatherback. Like the leatherback, Archelon
There's that same specimen in Vienna, like we were talking about at the beginning of today's
didn't
stream.
have a hard upper shell or carapace.
Yeah, and No Manaman says, not sure it's what crocs and sharks that never stop growing, right? That's not true, actually. No, both crocs and sharks do have, I don't know why, I guess people really love that idea, and like it gets spread around a lot, but they do seem to actually have like a maximum adult body size. It's not like if they lived for longer, they just keep growing bigger and bigger and bigger. I think they do eventually have like a growth plateau. Like, I don't think they just keep growing forever. Leatherback turtles certainly don't either. Yeah. As they get bigger, their muscle mass gets more. It slows down with it. Exactly. Yeah. So maybe they'll grow like 0.3% per year after that or something, after they reach that growth plateau. But it's not like they just keep growing forever, you know? Yeah. Anyway.
Instead, it just had a framework of ribs covered by rubbery, flexible skin. But here's the thing. Archelon wasn't an ancestor of today's leatherback turtles or any other living sea turtles. In fact, Archelon didn't even make it out of the Cretaceous. But as the Cenozoic era started, a completely different group of sea turtles was ready to take over the world's oceans, the true leatherbacks.
And the origin of the true leatherbacks goes back to the Cretaceous. We have genera like Mesodermocheles, which goes back to at least the Campanian, if not earlier. Yeah.
And they would share a lot of the same adaptations that the ancient giant had. Why? Well, it looks like there are just some things about being a giant skin-shelled sea turtle that just work, no matter where or when you lived.
So another example of convergent evolution.
We can start our story of the sea turtle back in the Cretaceous period, about 120 million years ago, when the first true marine turtles appeared. The planet was really active tectonically back then, as the supercontinent Gondwana was breaking up. As new, smaller continents formed, lots of new coastlines appeared, creating plenty of sea turtle habitat. Taking advantage of these new marine habitats, turtles may have transitioned from land to sea multiple times in different parts of the world. One of these transitions included the group of sea turtles that Archelon belonged to, the protostegids, whose fossils have been found in Europe, Australia, and South America. And some of the earliest protostegids had bodies like Archelon's, big, with lightweight shells, which may have let them travel long distances and spread out around the world. Their large bodies might also have helped them maintain a more stable body temperature than most other reptiles, a phenomenon called gigantothermy. Basically, being
we were talking about this earlier.
Your body has more volume relative to surface area, so you lose less heat to the environment. And big changes were in the works that would give these turtles a bit of a boost. Right in the middle of the Cretaceous, the climate warmed and sea levels rose, creating even more sea turtle habitat. By this time, North America was literally...
I just showed the same figure,
from the Gulf of Mexico to the Arctic Ocean, by a body of water known as the Western Interior Seaway. And this warm, kind of brackish water turned out to be a great place for sea turtles, hosting an explosion of their diversity, including some of the giants.
And I wouldn't call that brackish water. If we're talking about the Western Interior Seaway, I wouldn't call the Mediterranean brackish water. This is much like that. Like, it's hundreds of miles across. We're not talking about brackish water like in a riverine delta or something like that. We're talking about ocean here. It might be shallow, relatively speaking, but it's still ocean, just like the modern-day Mediterranean, you know? Yeah.
Like another huge cousin of Archelon, Protostega gigas. It was smaller than Archelon, but not by much. It was still more than 3 meters long. It had a shell made of tough skin over strut-like ribs, like the leatherback, and it was more widespread. But then, well, you know how the world is. Change is the only constant. So, in the late Cretaceous, the climate cooled again, which made sea levels drop.
And No Manaman says probably not shark and predator water, though, due to probably being shallow compared to the open sea. I wouldn't be so sure about that, because here's the thing, is this water still would have been hundreds of feet deep, you know? It's like saying, well, the water in the Mediterranean is too shallow for sharks. Like, no, it's definitely not. Yeah, in fact, we even have sharks in San Francisco Bay, white sharks. When I was a kid, everybody said, oh, you know, there's no great white sharks in San Francisco Bay. They don't exist there. I grew up in the San Francisco Bay Area. Like, this is where I'm from. And so it was, you know, conventional wisdom that, like, oh, you know, San Francisco Bay is far too shallow for white sharks. Turns out, that's not true. I'll share with you a video. It's a little grisly, so I'm not going to show it on stream. But it is security footage. Well, I'll show you the first little bit before all the blood. So this is security footage. Alcatraz Island in the middle of San Francisco Bay. Relatively shallow water. Check this out. That's a white shark right there. And I'll pause it here because there's a lot of blood. Oof. But yeah, one of the largest marine predators nowadays apparently hunts in the middle of San Francisco Bay too. We've got footage of that, which is nuts. And the Western Interior Seaway would have been far deeper than San Francisco Bay. You know? So yeah. Yeah. Anywho. And we also know for a fact that there were... What? This is all a moot point. I don't even know why I'm making this point, because... we have direct evidence of 40 or 50 foot long mosasaurs and huge white shark-like sharks and all kinds of other critters in the Western Interior Seaway. Like, we know that they lived and died here because we found literally thousands of fossils of them. Like, it's one of the best places in the world to find the fossils of these critters is from the Western Interior Seaway. So we know it was absolutely teeming with gigantic mosasaurs and things like that. You know, critters like this. So essentially like animals the size of a sperm whale or something. Just huge, huge, huge critters. The WISS, the Western Interior Seaway, is just absolutely teeming with these animals. So yeah. And Murph says, how close is Cretoxyrhina to white sharks? Or is there a closer? They're not particularly close from what I understand. Cretoxyrhina, which is one of the big Cretaceous sharks. So here's a reconstruction of it next to a modern white shark. Cretoxyrhina is the one underneath. Probably would have looked pretty similar. Yeah. It may have hunted mosasaurs, and in turn it was probably hunted by larger mosasaurs too. Circle of life, you know? But I don't think this critter is a particularly close relative of modern white sharks. So it was a mackerel shark. Okay, it's a lamniform shark. Taxonomy. Again, I'm not a shark specialist, so... I guess it's closer to a white shark than like a tiger shark would be. But it's probably not a particularly... Well, I don't know. I don't know how to put that into perspective, you know? Yeah, so Cretoxyrhina bore a resemblance to the modern great white shark in size, shape, and ecology, but according to people who wrote this article, the two sharks are not closely related, and their similarities are a result of convergent evolution. Yeah. So anyway.
provided scientists with many dramatic fossil discoveries.
There's a link if you want to read more about this critter. But great question there, Murph. And Koshia Lapka, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. But yeah, and Pointy Zero wants to know, were there aquatic dinosaurs? Yes and no. So, there were a few different species of dinosaur that seem to have been fully marine. And they mostly looked like this. They were birds. Birds are a kind of dinosaur, and we have a few species of birds that would have lived alongside Archelon and Tylosaurus and Cretoxyrhina and critters like that. So the Hesperornithiform birds, these guys are dinosaurs, and they were, as far as we know, marine. They would have had to come up onto land to lay their eggs, but apart from that, they may have lived in the water full time, except to lay their eggs. We're not totally sure how this works. But, yeah. There are a few other dinosaurs that spent some time in the water. We have evidence that dinosaurs like Spinosaurus did that. Maybe other dinosaurs like Lurdosaurus may have done that too. Big iguanodont from North Africa. May have led kind of a hippo-like existence, possibly. But as far as we know, there weren't any dinosaurs that lived in the oceans, except for things like Hesperornis, Baptornis, and the other Hesperornithiform birds. If you're thinking about critters like this, the marine reptiles, not a single one of these is a dinosaur. Not a single one is a dinosaur. A lot of these lived during the time of the dinosaurs. Ichthyosaurs, mosasaurs, plesiosaurs, both short-necked and long-necked. Marine crocs like Dacosaurus there. Nothosaurs, placodonts, critters like that. But not a single one of these guys is a dinosaur. These are all members of other different reptile groups. So mosasaurs are a kind of lizard. They're related to modern-day Komodo dragons and other varanid lizards like that. Critters like Dacosaurus were marine crocs. They're related to crocodiles today. Things like plesiosaurs and ichthyosaurs, they're part of extinct groups of reptiles that are still kind of a mystery, but we know for a fact they're not dinosaurs. For one thing, they evolved before the dinosaurs did, so they literally cannot be dinosaurs. So yeah. But they look like dinosaurs. I was thinking of those as Pointy Zero. That's what I figured, yeah. So, they're not dinosaurs because dinosaurs are a specific group of reptiles. In order to be a dinosaur, you have to fulfill one requirement and one requirement only. And it's that you evolve from the first dinosaur ancestor. The first ancestral dinosaur, something kind of like Eoraptor or something like that. Right here. These guys, whether they're marine crocs, or whether they're ichthyosaurs, or mosasaurs, or plesiosaurs, these are all from different branches on the reptile family tree. None of them are dinosaurs. Does that make sense? This is the way that we classify living things as scientists. It's not based on what they look like or what their vibes are or anything like that. We classify living things based on what we can figure out about their ancestry. So, in order to be part of the dinosaur group, you have to have evolved from that first dinosaur. That's why all the descendants are dinosaurs, including the birds up here. They are dinosaurs. So a penguin is a dinosaur, but a plesiosaur is not. Does that make sense? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. And
as we unravel some of the
Cartoon Therapy.
Incredible creatures.
Hello. Shoot.
These terrible lizards.
Welcome to Paleontologizing, Cartoon Therapy. Holy cow. How was your stream, Cartoon Therapy? I hope it was really good. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's wonderful to have you here. My name is Danny Anduza.
I mean, you know.
They are kind of funny. Cartoon Therapy, thank you for the follow.
Put dinosaurs in your dinosaur movie.
And CJ Wheelwright and SVC's Budley, thank you for the follows. Welcome, welcome. Crazy Haired Girl, thank you for the follow too. One Bird 2, thanks for following.
Tradoon.
Hello, hello, everybody. Welcome. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and
A chicken.
that's a dinosaur too. Birds are dinosaurs.
Really spectacular. Spared no expense.
Thank you, Murph, for gifting Cartoon Therapy. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I study dinosaurs. I publish on them in the scientific literature. I dig up dinosaurs during the summers.
From Jurassic Park. Let's protect our fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
Jurassic Jesus, gracias por seguirme. Y bienvenidos a Paleontologizing. Sweet Blood, Whale Thumbs, E-Baum, T-Perps, and Teal Maze.
Paleontology is like.
Thank you for all the follows. Holy cow, is it great to have you here. Yeah, here.
It's a paleontologist version of heaven.
I am a paleontologist. I study fossils, I dig them up, on stream oftentimes. I'm delighted to have all of you here. I hope you had an excellent stream there. Cartoon Therapy, it's wonderful to have you. Shoot. I'm going to play for you a quick little welcome video to kind of introduce you to this channel and kind of explain what this is all about and how a paleontologist ended up here on Twitch in the first place. And then we'll get into what we're talking about today, which is, of course, leatherback turtles. Let's get some of those new leatherback emotes going in the chat here. But yeah, here. Without further ado, I'm gonna introduce you to a good friend of ours, somebody we call Previously Recorded Danny. He'll explain for you what this is all about. So, hang on, goodness. He's very eager. But, yeah, I'll leave you in his very capable hands for a few minutes, and I'll be right back. Previously Recorded Danny, take it away. Well, thanks, present day Danny. Well, if you happen to be new around here, then welcome to Paleontologizing. You may well be wondering to yourself, well, if this is Twitch, then where are the video games? I'm gonna level with you here. I don't really do much in the way of video games. I'm a paleontologist. My name is Danny Anduza, and dinosaurs are my area of study. But how in the world does a paleontologist end up on Twitch? Well, you're about to find out. When I finished high school, I moved to Montana and immediately started work at Museum of the Rockies, which at the time was an unparalleled powerhouse of paleobiology. That program was built by this guy.
Famed paleontologist Alan Grant.
Well, kind of.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those movies.
And they said that the guy Alan Grant was you.
Yes, yeah, well, fortunately he didn't get eaten.
Meet Jack Horner, the real-life Alan Grant. He's one of the most prominent and controversial paleontologists in the country, a dyslexic MacArthur Foundation genius who never finished college and who says he doesn't care why dinosaurs went extinct. To him, the important part is how they lived.
It was at Museum of the Rockies, under the auspices of Jack Horner, that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist. And a huge part of that I learned by working with Jack's final graduate student, a guy by the name of Denver Fowler, who would later go on to become curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. Working with Denver, I did summer after summer of fieldwork in the remote Badlands of Montana. Together, we dug up more dinosaurs than we knew what to do with, at fossil sites numbering in the hundreds. In 2012, I discovered a new species of ceratopsian dinosaur, hopefully soon to be published. The next year, we excavated the world's smallest and youngest Tyrannosaurus rex. Then, we dug up a brand new ankylosaur.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
We found its head, we found parts of its armor and plates, and so
it should be a new species.
Not bad, right? Well, anyway, much like my fieldwork, my research also focuses on dinosaurs. For example, here's Triarchunkus, the last of the Alvarezsaurs, just published in July of 2020. One of my current projects focuses on Spinosaurids. I can't really talk too much about that until it's a little bit closer to publication, so stay tuned for that. Anyway, let's get back to how I ended up on Twitch. A couple years ago, things in Montana were declining rapidly, so I picked up and moved on to greener pastures. I'm so glad I did. And with that new perspective, I also realized that I have very little patience with the soul-crushing bureaucracy within academia. So for the time being anyway, I decided to take my career in a slightly different direction. I got hired for a job in early childhood education. As a teacher, I get to have a positive impact on kids' lives, to help them find a passion for science. Then, when COVID-19 showed up, the school had to close. But that didn't stop the teaching or the learning. We just moved online.
All right, friends. So we're going to be looking at a book in a little bit, but I thought we'd start off with a song. At 3, 2, 1. Oh, give me a home
where the hadrosaurs roamed, where triceratops bellowed and grazed, where erosion uncovers bones we seek to discover, for to strike the whole world amazed. Home, home on the range, where the deer and the antelope play, where seldom is heard a discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy all day. It was a pretty easy jump from teaching online to streaming on Twitch. I had my first broadcast in May, and I've been on here ever since. Now, I believe pretty strongly that any good scientist should also be a public servant. In my opinion, talking to everyday people about her science is one of the most important things that a researcher can do. I now have a golden opportunity to reach out directly to people where they are. This is what I'm all about, and now, thanks to Twitch, I get to share it with you. And I'm so happy to be able to do so. It's my intention to continue this mission of education by answering your questions, providing good science content, and working to grow this channel. And if you could help by following, or if you could afford it, by subscribing, I would be deeply grateful. So anyway, to my regular viewers, thank you again for sitting through this. And to everybody who's new, welcome. I'm genuinely, earnestly glad that you're here. And I hope you stick around. We've got a remarkable little community here, and I'd be delighted if you join us. Anyway, let's go ahead and get back into it. So, present day Danny, back to you. Well, thank you very much, previously recorded Danny. And of course, thank you even more to Cartoon Therapy for that splendid raid right there. I really appreciate it. And Quality Mom, thank you for the follow. Ram Archive, thank you for the follow too. Vitamin Pug, Teal Maze, thank you everybody. It's great to have you here. Yeah. That video is a little out of date at this point. I'm working on some.
Every bone that we find tells us something about how the world was 80 million years ago, which is pretty neat.
It is pretty neat. Yeah. I made a more up-to-date video that's here we go. Much shorter, less than a minute long. But it shows you some of the other stuff that I do here too.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing.
So museum visits, TwitchCon. Yeah. And thank you, Mark Melvin, for gifting Ram Archive. I appreciate that.
Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science too.
They have given
We're
344 gift subs.
And holy cow, Mark Melvin, I appreciate
testing
that.
hypotheses by excavating these fossils.
Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs.
A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur.
I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. There you go. We're going to be back out in the field digging up dinosaurs next month. From about September 20th to about October 1st or 3rd or something like that. I'll be back out there in Utah in the earliest Cretaceous Cedar Mountain Formation, digging up some armored dinosaurs and whatever else we happen to find in that bone bed there. So I'm pretty excited about that. Yeah. So a fall dig, yes indeed, Geeks Tour. It should be a lot cooler than it was when we were there a few weeks ago. So yeah, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. But anyway, one of the things that, well, today we're doing a special, starting a big special stream arc, a big ongoing project that I call Operation Leatherback. And, well, here, let's get back into that. You could almost say it's a variation on Turtle Time, which is a regular segment we used to do on these streams. But here, let's play the video sting for Turtle Time, shall we?
I like turtles.
Turtle Time. Operation Leatherback is my placeholder name for this whole thing right now, but I'm starting to get involved with leatherback turtle conservation. Increasing awareness about these incredible animals, potentially raising money for their conservation, contributing to research, all of that good stuff. So for the next few months, we'll do maybe a stream focusing on leatherback turtles every few weeks. And on today's stream, I'm just kind of introducing this concept. We watched a couple of videos, and we'll be assembling a life-size 3D printed skull of a critter called Archelon, which is a relative of leatherback turtles from the Cretaceous period. Here's the pieces right here. We're going to be assembling these in a bit. But first, you raiders caught us in the middle of a video about this animal, Archelon, and its relatives. So we're going to continue with that, and then we'll see where else this stream takes us. We're going to assemble that skull in a bit, too. But yeah. Here we go.
And this, combined with the geological uplift of the Great Plains, meant that by 70 million years ago, the Western Interior Seaway had disappeared.
And this is not true. This is wrong. I've talked with multiple researchers here from North Dakota and Montana and other places. The whisk doesn't actually go away until after the end of the Cretaceous. But anyway, Dr. Irrefutable, thank you so much for the 28 months of support at Tier 2, no less. I appreciate that, Dr. Irrefutable. One of these days, maybe we'll do a special stream about the Western Interior Seaway and why we don't... I don't know why it's conventional wisdom that it goes away by the end of the Cretaceous, because it doesn't. It does not. But anyway. Yeah, and thank you, Golganek, for those 100
blaming
bits.
the dinosaurs.
Hey, I really appreciate that. Holy cow. We're getting a little bit closer to our sub goal. You did indeed start a hype train there, Golganek. Thank you very much. We've got 20 out of 150. We'll see if we can get there by Thursday at the end of stream. But yeah. Pate B says, that would be so awesome. I love hearing about that stuff. It would be great to do like an interview with maybe with Denver Fowler, maybe with Clint Boyd from North Dakota, people who work on this stuff. But yeah, they're like, we have marine deposits from the KPG boundary. The Western Interior Seaway is still there when the asteroid hits at the end of the Cretaceous. It's still there. It might get smaller, but it doesn't disappear. And thank you, Cliff Alistair McLean.
As tall as a two-story building.
I appreciate
that. Kill almost anything that crossed his path.
Hi all.
Excellent. Thank you for the 43 months there, Cliff. Brilliant. Here, let's continue.
Water now frozen in the poles. Most of the North American sea turtles went extinct, disappearing from the fossil record. Both Archelon and its cousin Protostega were gone before the Cretaceous period even ended. And that was the end of that first group of giant skin-shelled turtles, the Protostegids.
And I'm not convinced that they went extinct before the KPG, but that's something that would be great to talk to Clint about.
But a new separate lineage was gaining a foothold, or a flipper hold?
Yeah, here's our leatherbacks.
This one would eventually lead to the leatherback.
Yeah, Dermachelyidae.
Superfamily known as Calonioidea may have first appeared during that first explosion of sea turtle diversity in the late Cretaceous. And this is the group that living sea turtles belong to. Which means, somehow, some of them must have made it through one of the world's biggest changes, the end Cretaceous mass extinction, 66 million years ago. For example, fossils of a North American sea turtle called Euclastes show that it was around both before and after the extinction event. It had a nearly complete bony shell, and it looks to be related to today's hard-shelled sea turtles.
So it would be a chelonid sea turtle. Chelonid?
Dinosaurs lived a long time ago. They were terrible lizards, don't you know?
Agent Orange, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Really appreciate that. Holy cow, Agent Orange. Appreciate that very much. Good stuff. So the sea turtles today are, they all belong to one clade. One evolutionary group with a common ancestry here. So I would actually push that back to, what, like 80 million years ago or longer? But anyway, it includes the leatherbacks and then all of these guys that all shared a common ancestor about 35, 40 million years ago, something like that, after the extinction of the dinosaurs. So this group is, it doesn't say the name here, but this is the Chelonidae, right? Chelonidae. There we are. Typically large marine turtles are characterized by their common traits such as having a flat, streamlined, wide, and round shell and almost paddle-like flippers for their forelimbs. So these are all of the modern sea turtles except for the leatherback. So 6 of our modern 7 sea turtle species belong to this group. The leatherback is the odd one out. They diverged earlier and they are unique. They're different. They don't have a hard shell. They have a skin shell, a leathery shell, hence the name leatherback. So really, really special critter. They've been around since the Cretaceous period, this one lineage was the leatherbacks. Incredibly neat animals. Yeah.
As for the leatherbacks, the family they belong to is called Dermochelyidae, which literally means
Dermachelyidae.
And this family likely split off from the harder-shelled ancestors of other living sea turtles around the
really spectacular.
Thank you, Oscar Juniors, for gifting Pumpkin the Cat. Appreciate that, Oscar Juniors. Thank you, thank you.
late Cretaceous, soon after the
Oscar
superfamily
JRS
Calonioidea
gifted a tier
appeared.
1 sub
Now,
to
we're
Pumpkin
still not
the
sure
Cat.
where
They have
geographically the
given
leatherbacks
42 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you, Oscar Juniors.
family came about. But there's some genetic evidence that it originated in the Indo-Pacific region. And we do know that these new skin-shelled turtles totally took off after the end Cretaceous extinction. I mean, as fast as turtles can, take off.
And it's funny that he says that because, well, we're talking about all these superlatives for leatherback turtles. I'll just ask you, chat. Which modern reptile, that's not a bird, which non-avian reptile holds the speed record? Which modern non-bird reptile moves the fastest out of all living reptiles that aren't birds? Zoomies, there you go, Claire. Yeah. What's the fastest non-bird reptile? Clipper says snake. Mamba, basilisk. Petrodactylus says, I think I see where this is going. The fastest extant non-avian reptile. I guess we'll go with the AI garbage for this, but they got it right in this case for once. It's the leatherback sea turtle. It's the fastest non-avian reptile, reaching speeds of up to 21.92 miles per hour. It's 35.2 kilometers per hour while swimming. Pretty speedy animals, you know? Leatherbacks are the world's fastest non-bird reptile. We have to say non-bird reptile because birds are reptiles. Birds are part of Sauropsida. So if we go back on our family tree, from turtles to sauropsids, there we go. Sauropsids, it's the same as reptiles. Sauropsid means reptile. Birds are part of this group. Buntings and penguins and ostriches and etc. They're a kind of reptile. So yeah. What about their land speeds? Yeah, they're not the fastest land reptile. They're not very fast. In fact, we talked about that. Yeah. The males never come back onto land after they hatch. Only the females do. But yeah. Yeah. Petrodactylus says, I had a feeling that a turtle was the fastest. Wouldn't have guessed leatherback specifically, though. Yeah, they can be really, really fast when they're swimming. So, what is Michael Phelps' top speed? How fast does Olympic legend Michael Phelps swim?
Your island, it's got nothing to do with oil. I'm a paleontologist.
No Heels, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. In his prime, Phelps has recorded a speed of approximately 6 miles per hour.
Brother, this guy stinks!
Not fast at all when compared to a leatherback turtle. I mean, to be fair, these are creatures that evolved for over 80 million years to live in a marine environment. Michael Phelps is, just some guy. He's an Olympic athlete. That's impressive enough, but, as a human being, he's got severe limitations. A leatherback turtle is like almost 4 times as fast in the water than one of the world's fastest swimmers. Pretty extraordinary to think about, right? Because again, that top speed there, 21.92 miles per hour. Extraordinary, Yeah. But yeah. But they do essentially fly through the water. It's just like BBDD says, yeah. And leatherback turtles happen to be the most streamlined of all turtles. All marine turtles, at least. So they've got this kind of teardrop-shaped body like this. That's, it's kind of what you would design if you were to try and design an implement like this to swim and have minimal hydro resistance. They're very sleek. So they're the most hydrodynamic of all of the turtles. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool critters. That's interesting, Paid B. That's neat, yeah. But anyway. I've got too many tabs going here. Let's get rid of almost all of them. And we'll continue this video.
Just like the protostegids did 50 million years earlier, this group diversified and spread around the world. Their fossils found in deposits from Japan to the UK. And this worldwide expansion of the leatherback...
So the group that he's talking about is Dermachelidae, the family that includes the modern leatherback. Today, leatherbacks are the only members of Dermachelidae. Again, let's open up our tree of life and we'll zoom in there. Zoom into the leatherback turtle on our tree of life here. Yeah. So it's funny, it doesn't actually have like the family here because there's only one living species. I guess they didn't bother. Yeah.
Tradoon.
An old homiac, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. But yeah, there we go, Charlie's Dragon. There's a link to the Wikipedia page. Beautiful. Family of sea turtles, which is 7 extinct genera and 1 extant genus, so 1 living genus, containing 1 living species. The leatherback, Dermacheles coriacea. Such cool critters. But there's a bunch of extinct species. Arabemes, Eosphargus, Mesodermocheles, Cosmocheles, Thespophorus. These guys are actually from California, among other places, as I understand it. Yeah, pretty neat. Pretty neat. And the Protostegidae, these extinct skin-shelled turtles, things like Archelon and Protostega, they are an outgroup before you get to Calinioidea, which is the modern sea turtles. So anyhow.
I mean, as fast as turtles can, take off. Just like the Protostegids did 50 million years earlier, this group diversified and spread around the world. Their fossils found in deposits from Japan to the UK. And this worldwide
got a good number of them from California, too.
Family showed how successful their body plan, that is, big and with a skin-covered shell, can be in the right conditions. And over time, that body plan gradually became even more specialized, with a new adaptation. Bits of bone embedded in the leathery shell called ossicles.
Dermal ossicles.
First show up in a turtle from Saudi Arabia around 56 million years ago called Arabemes. Then other species with ossicles kept popping up all over, from Africa to New Zealand and even Antarctica. Ossicles may provide some degree...
So that means we have fossils of leatherback turtles, not the modern leatherback, but extinct species, from Antarctica too, so from all 7 continents. It's pretty extraordinary. This is like a tremendously successful group of animals. Very widespread.
Degree of protection.
And thank you, Miko, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here.
But some researchers think that they might also play a role in calcium regulation. Modern turtles release calcium from their shells to keep their bloodstreams from getting too acidic. And we do know that, over time, these ossicles became thinner and lighter, which helped make these turtles more buoyant. And it's possible that other factors could have shaped the evolution of ossicles too. In any event, they were part of the specialized body plan that made the long migrations possible. But the early success of the leatherback's family wouldn't last long. Only 3 species of these skin-shelled turtles are found in the Oligocene epoch, 2 in the Miocene, and just 1 in the Pliocene.
I do kind of wonder whether this is an actual decline or whether this is more like sample bias or something like that, like poor sampling. I'm not totally sure. But it's true that we only have 1 species today, so overall there is a decline.
So what happened to them? Well, it was probably yet another change in climate. Between about 45 million and 23 million years ago, the climate got a lot cooler and drier, making the world much less favorable for sea turtles. And today, the leatherback is the only skin-shelled sea turtle left. Like Arabemes and later skin shells, it has hundreds of ossicles in its shell. And maybe thanks to its lightweight shell, it has one of the longest recorded migrations of any...
I don't know how lightweight it is. I wouldn't use lightweight shell as an explainer for like these vast migrations that they have. I think it's more of a coincidence than anything else. I don't know how lightweight their shell actually is. I don't think it's that... Yeah.
Vertebrate animal.
I don't think it's that lightweight.
Plus, as a gigantotherm, the leatherback's size, along with an extra layer of insulating brown fat, keeps its body temperature stable. Even while migrating from its...
So look at that. This is nuts. Like, look at their range. This is practically the whole world. I guess they don't go down into the Southern Ocean, and they're not up here in, like, the Arctic Ocean, but they have been spotted, as far as I know, north of the Aleutian Islands up here. An incredibly widespread species. This is 1 species. And this is its range. Like, that is extraordinary. You know? Very few species have a range like this. It's amazing. And, there's actually a... Here, I'm trying to find you... Let's see, sign in with Google. Which account was this? This one. Here we go. Leatherback sea turtle. This is a program called iNaturalist. It's an app that you can get on your phone. There's also a website. They're linked together. Really, really cool. Here's a leatherback sea turtle. You can actually look at where people have observed these creatures. And, let's see. How do we get to the map? There we are. Excellent. So here's where I live, in the San Francisco Bay Area. And we've got them off the coast here. Several different sightings. Where was the one that was here? Did they delete it or something? But there was one that was right here in the middle of San Francisco Bay. Some SoCal sea turtles. Here we go. Nope, that's Monterey Bay. Here, let's embiggen this. But we had a sighting of a leatherback turtle right here in the middle of San Francisco Bay. Extraordinary. And this was September 16th, 2020. But yeah. And, okay, hang on. Yeah, I can go... Yeah, here, we'll continue the video. I'm gonna go for just a second, chat. Hang on a sec. I'll be right back.
Tropical breeding grounds to subpolar areas where it forages. And the leatherback's suite of adaptations, including its thick, oily skin, allow it to dive more than 1,200 meters. Today's leatherback is the last member of its family, and the only surviving part of that second great radiation of skin-shelled sea turtles. And while it isn't related to Archelon and the protostegids, it does resemble them in a lot of important ways. Yet another reminder that body plans that just work, like being a huge skin-shelled turtle, can show up in the history of life again and again.
Pretty cool stuff. Yeah. So I hope that gives you some sense, and I'll give you a link to this video right here too. That gives you some sense for the incredible fossil history of this group, and why it's so imperative that we save these animals. You know? Leatherback turtles have been around since the Cretaceous period. They've got this tremendous heritage like that. It goes back 80 million years. Here's a design that a rough draft of like a t-shirt design that I put together over the weekend. They're just extraordinary animals, and I'm really excited to be able to get involved with their conservation and research. So yeah. And Zul says, so leatherbacks aren't confined to a specific climate or land? No. Like that range map that you saw, they exist off the coast of nearly every continent, except Antarctica, I guess. They're what you might call cosmopolitan. So this is a term that we use in the biological sciences. Yeah, cosmopolitan distribution. In biogeography, a cosmopolitan distribution is the range of a taxon, that's like a group of living things that are related to each other, that extends across most or all of the surface of the Earth and appropriate habitats. So, orcas, killer whales, are a cosmopolitan species. They can be found in oceans all over the world. So can leatherback turtles. It's pretty cool. So yeah. And this is important because I know people are going to object to this in the chat, but the caveat is inappropriate habitat. It's used to qualify the term cosmopolitan distribution, excluding, in most instances, polar regions, extreme altitudes, oceans, deserts, and small isolated islands. For example, the housefly is highly cosmopolitan. It is neither oceanic nor polar in its distribution. So yeah. So for anybody who wants to go, oh, well, actually, the housefly is, it can't be cosmopolitan because you can't find it in the middle of Antarctica or in the deep oceans. Like, well, no. Inappropriate habitat. That's our qualifier here, you know? Oh, yeah. But yeah, isn't that cool, Zool? I mean, seriously, what an incredible animal. They're found all over the place. Again, here's a picture. So this is this is not a Mercator projection. I'm not sure which projection this is, but
polar areas where
yeah, it's just nuts. Off the coast of North and South America, Africa, Europe, Asia, Oceania, everywhere basically except for Antarctica and in the high Arctic. It's nuts, you know? Yeah. Lordy says, can't wait to get my own t-shirt with this design. With, this one here. When? Hopefully soon. We'll see, Lordy. I've got to figure some stuff out with this project. I wanted to do like a soft launch today. But it would be really cool to do a merch drop where I designed this myself. I'm also going to be printing these t-shirts myself once they're finished. I'm not happy with this design yet. It needs a lot of tweaking. This is a super rough draft. But I want to be able to print the shirts myself live on stream. I've got a screen press and everything. Used to do a ton of screen printing. It'd be nice to get back into that. And then, yeah, collect payment and send these to people. And use some of the money for leatherback conservation. There's stuff like, we were talking about the Canadian Sea Turtle Network earlier. Organizations like this sometimes have trips to various places around the world where leatherback turtles nest. Maybe we end up doing something like this and streaming it, you know?
You see the moonrise, you see this prehistoric animal coming and the moonlight is glistening on the back and you are sitting there. It's an opportunity I believe that every soul should experience.
It is something to be near a creature that's been around for 150 million years. That is not just another day. I'd love to take people to bring them here.
More like 120 million. I'm going to do my own, well, actually, right now, but the sea turtles as a group have been around for about 120 million years, as I understand it. Maybe they go back to the Jurassic. I'm not totally sure. I got to clear some of these things up. But leatherbacks as a group, Dermachelyidae has been around for about 80 million years, as I understand.
To Mature Beach and see this really beautiful, thriving community of conservationists. We're pretty practical, and the trip isn't a really fancy trip, but it's a really meaningful trip. We do a lot of tours and kind of ecotourism-y events throughout the week. One of the gifts of this work is having people who are able to say, okay, for this vacation, I'm going to do something that's different. I'm going to change the world.
Our goals is to come together to actually protect this endangered species. The only thing we have is planet Earth, and we need to save it together.
It's beautiful. It's still a little kind of touristy. I wonder if I could get in contact with a group like that and be able to do some more behind-the-scenes kind of stuff and do some live streams and help out in other ways rather than like actually paying the money to take the trip, you know? Because it's like $3,000 to sign up for a trip like that, and you know, I'm a field researcher. Like, I go out and dig up fossils. I'm used to living under, you know, in a tent for months out of the year. I don't need 3 square meals a day and indoor plumbing and all that kind of thing. Like, I'm used to roughing it, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And so if I could do this on the cheap and then raise money to actually put toward the conservation and research aspects, it would be something I'd love to pursue. So, anywho. But if you would be interested in a trip like this, I'll provide you a link right here. There you go. Yeah. And this is what, like $3,000-$4,000, something like that? $3,500 Canadian per person. That includes meals, accommodations, outings, research training, and travel within Trinidad during the trip. You got to get your own flight there. That's probably outside my budget, but for a lot of people, including maybe some people watching right now, that doesn't sound all that pricey for a vacation for 9 days, you know? There are people who spend way more than that on one of these awful cruises that produce a tremendous amount of trash and pollution and everything else. So yeah, consider doing something like this instead. If that's within your price range, you know? Yeah. It's like $450 US? I don't think so, Jerry Moore, no. But yeah. Yeah. But yeah. Sweet Blood says, just inserting myself, just be very careful going to Trinidad. Lots of crime there, and I've been begging my extended family to move to the States. I mean, I don't expect that you're going to encounter a lot of that on a trip like this. I don't know. I don't know. I kind of rankle anybody anytime somebody says, like, oh, be careful there because there's so much crime. I don't know. When I am out doing fieldwork in places like Wyoming and Montana and Utah, and I tell people that I'm from the San Francisco Bay Area, sometimes I go, oh, well, you know, I heard that you can't walk outside there without somebody cutting off your head a couple times to steal your wallets and your jewelry and stuff, and then, you know, they'll cut off your head and then they'll put it back on and they'll kill you again. That's what I heard on Fox News. Like, I'm not saying that that's what you're saying about this. But just the whole crime panic thing is like, I don't know. It's one of those things that sets me off, you know? But yeah. Sociopathogen says, I live in San Francisco. It's not like that. Yeah, me too. I live here in the Bay Area. Like, this is where I was born and raised. I love this place. And sure, there's crime everywhere. There is actually, like, to be fair, there is a tremendous amount of crime in the Bay Area, maybe more so than in other places, but that's primarily white-collar crime, you know? There's a tremendous amount of white-collar crime in the Bay Area, almost all of it related to the tech industry and stuff like that. The wage theft, too. There you go, Lordy, yeah. So this is a zillion times worse. But this is usually not the kind of crime that people are talking about when they, yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Wage theft is by far the biggest crime in the U.S. in terms of, like, dollar amount. And I've been victim to it multiple times. Yeah. more than 1.5 billion in stolen wages recovered for workers between 2021 and 2023. This is only the amount that was recovered, which is probably like less than 10%. It's probably less than 1% of the actual amount of like wage theft. When I'm talking about wage theft, if you're not familiar with this concept, it's when you work for somebody else and you don't get paid what you're supposed to get paid. So it's like you're not getting paid proper overtime or hazard pay or, benefits, things like that you are owed, but the employer or whoever is paying you doesn't give it to you. There's a tremendous amount of this in the US, and it's very, very, very rarely punished. I've been in situations where I've worked like, here, I don't know, between you and me, back when I was in Montana, there was a 1 month period where I worked, it was like 10-hour days, 7 days a week for 6 weeks straight. So I didn't get a day off for 6 whole weeks, working 10-hour days the whole time. And I didn't get paid for a single hour of overtime during that. So that's, 70 hours a week for 6 weeks? It's for like a major corporation too, And they're just like, well, sorry, we don't handle payroll at the local level. That's handled in corporate, back in Missouri. There's nothing we can do about that. That's what my manager told me. And I'm sure he believed that, But yeah, not an unpaid internship. This was a normal, it's supposed to be 9 to 5 job. But yeah, and that sort of thing is incredibly common. I'm sure we've got people here in the chat who have gone through similar things where they haven't been paid for overtime or hazard pay or stuff like that, It's just your employer stealing from you. So yeah. It's extremely illegal, Ms. Art Rules, but very rarely is it prosecuted, When people think of crime, they think of like, somebody pulling out a knife and demanding your wallet on the street. That sort of crime is typically pretty rare, wherever you're at. Especially here in the US, it's far less common than wage theft, which is, stealing money from people, but it's just doing it through official means, and it's in a way that's like easily deniable. You can go, oh, well, there's a problem with payroll, or oh, I guess we'll look into it. It's like, no, they are stealing from you, and it is extremely common. So anyhow, yeah. But yeah, and there you go, Otter Do It. That's really common too. Shoot. Yeah. But yeah. Anyway, Petrodactylus. I'm glad you've been able to avoid that too. It's really common. Anyway, with that being said, let's assemble this Archelon skull, shall we? So again, this is the skull of this critter right here. I think this is a 3D scan of the specimen that's in Vienna. There we go. Yeah, that looks really familiar. I think this is it. That's the whole skeleton right there. We are going to be assembling the skull. Yeah. Anyhow.
The moon does exist.
And thank you, Freeog, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Here are the pieces of this all printed up. And I've already taken the liberty of sanding down the occlusal surfaces, so all the different parts that I need to glue together. Those surfaces are already all roughed up and ready to accept glue. So let's do it. Down a protective cutting mat on my desk surface here. Right there. And let's get our glue and some paper towel and some other supplies so that we can do this properly.
Glue is cheap.
Glue is cheap, at least relatively affordable. Cheaper than the alternative, which is having broken stuff sometimes. I'll be working with 2 different kinds of glue here that we'll mix together to make kind of a glue cocktail. So this is a kind of super glue that I really like a lot. This is cyanoacrylate from Bob Smith Industries, and then Gorilla Glue Clear Grip. I find that these 2 together work really, really well for holding together the parts of different 3D prints. Let me grab a paper towel as well. I'll grab the whole roll, and we'll start assembling. All right. Now let's start getting these pieces. I think you're going to be impressed with how big this thing is when it's actually assembled. This is just the end of the beak right here. Look at that big hook-like distal end to it. This is a serious beak right here. This would have been a serious predatory animal. We don't typically think of sea turtles as being particularly fierce animals, but for a critter like Archelon, maybe. Maybe it was eating fishes, maybe it was eating ammonites, almost certainly eating things like bivalves, other mollusks, big snails, maybe sponges, maybe corals, who knows? Yeah. I actually don't know if, like, modern corally corals were around during that time. Not something that I'm well versed in. Let's see here. I did some test fittings of this earlier, and I'm going to want to grab my snips for this too in just a moment. Yeah, what would it be eating with that beak? That's a great question, Lordy. Here, just mentioned that, but let's go to the Archelon Wikipedia article, and maybe we can jump from there to a primary source. Archelon, here we go. Paleoecology. So, there's an illustration of this critter. Let's see. Archelon was an obligate carnivore. The thick plastron indicates the animal probably spent a lot of time on the soft, muddy seafloor, likely a slow-moving bottom feeder. I wonder what the evidence is for that. According to American paleontologist Samuel Wendell Williston, the jaws were adapted for crushing, implying the turtle ate large mollusks and crustaceans. In 1914, he suggested the abundant, thin-shelled, bottom-dwelling Cretaceous bivalves, these like rudists, would have been easily been able to sustain Archelon. However, these were probably absent in the wisp by the early Campanian. Conversely, the beak may have been adapted for shearing flesh, and may have been able to target larger fish and reptiles, as well as, similar to the leatherback sea turtle, soft-bodied creatures such as squid and jellyfish. So yeah, we don't really know what it was eating. Maybe kind of whatever it wanted, given that huge hook-like beak. So yeah. Let me grab my snips real quick so we can remove some of these parts. Like, we've got this little plastic flange right here, stuff like that. I want to be able to snip these off. Grab my snips, I'll be right back. There we are. Excellent. And we might want to change our lighting too, just so that we've got it's a little bit brighter here. There we go. That's better. There we go. Excellent. So again, all of these surfaces I've already sanded down. I got myself a power orbital sander that I used for the Rex skull. And that made this really, really quick, which was nice. So, you know what? Let's start off with the beak. It's not necessarily ideal. But I think it's a starting place that makes sense. We just got to be really careful about getting these first pieces to fit together properly. There we go. Yeah, this will be fine. Yeah. All right, excellent. So this is going to be kind of a scraggly looking skull. It's going to be big, but this is a scan of the original fossil. And so it's going to be distorted a little bit. Parts of it are going to be a little bit crushed. It's going to be asymmetrical for sure. Because we're dealing with a fossil that's had some... It's gone through some diagenesis. So some distortion after death. And probably after burial, too. So during, like, the fossilization process and all those millions of years of being in the ground, the original fossil was definitely distorted a bit, and that will be reflected in the final thing, you'll see. This one's just about spent. Let's open up a newer... There we go. So what I like to do is put the Gorilla Glue on first. It takes a lot longer to cure. So we've got more time to work with here. Do a quick little test fitting. Here like this. We'll pull it apart, but that's looking pretty good. Very nice. All right. Here, I'll actually grab some of the glue that I put on the wrong side and scoop it onto there. There we are. Nice. Now to seal the deal, super glue. And no, that is totally a thing. Yeah, in a fossil prep lab, they'll often have a sandbox. I live in a house that's full of cats, and so having a sandbox out is not a good idea. I also don't know if I have space for that. But, I don't know, maybe in the future I'll get a sandbox with a lid. But, yeah, for now, this will have to work. And since I'm typically using super glue, if I'm gluing, like, bits of fossil together, a sandbox is probably a really good idea. Because you're using glues that don't take... They don't set up as quickly. It takes a long time for some of those glues to set up. For something like this... With super glue, it's really fast. And if I do it wrong, it's not the end of the world. I can pull it back apart. After all, it's just a 3D print. It's not the real fossil bone. So we don't have to be quite as serious about it. Alright. Very nice. We've got part of the beak there. So, pre-maxilla, and then we're going to get into part of the maxilla bone right here. But let's find the piece that goes on right here now. So that is going to be... Be sure I have all the pieces right here. Give me a second. This is always going to be a little bit chaotic because you're dealing with, like, a bunch of different pieces. Here it is. Right here. That are all the same color. And they've all got all these weird shapes. And, different pieces. You set them aside for a minute so they're out of the way. And then you lose track of them. But anyway, there it is right there. So let's get this guy glued on too. And trying to do all of this while streaming at the same time is sometimes a bit of a challenge, as I'm sure you can imagine. And that is a serious beak, Charlie's Dragon. Holy cow. Like, what was this guy chomping on? Why evolve a big beak like that? In a minute, I'll also show you the, all these attachment points for keratin, these big pits that are in the beak there. That are pretty impressive, if you ask me. Like, this is a serious part of this animal. You don't want to be on the wrong end of that beak. Alright, test fitting here. There we go. Nice. Not too shabby. Oh, you're starting to get a sense for the scale on this. Look at that beak. This is something that could just tear me in half. Nuts. What a wicked beak on this animal. Anybody who's been bitten by like a parrot before, or a cockatiel or a budgie or whatever you want to call those critters, we've got regional differences in terminology. You know how much that can hurt. Imagine this, and it would have been covered by a keratinous sheath too. Oh man. Like snapping turtle, eat your heart out. This is so much more severe than that. Alright, let's get some super glue on there to seal the deal. Finalize that. We did our test fitting. You can tell I don't have to be particularly precise about this. It's a nice thing about 3D prints is sometimes you can be a little bit crude in the way that you assemble them. Especially if you're streaming. And it'll still work out. There we go. Yeah. Nice. So now I've got to make sure that all of these different parts here occlude properly. So you've got this seam right here. I'm going to force this with my fingers to make sure that that's a nice smooth seam. We don't have like a big step right there or anything. I want to make this easy on myself because I'll be filling in these seams with water putty or with plastic putty later. So I want to make sure that those gaps are as small as possible. Make sure that that's a nice smooth surface going from one part to the next. It still needs a little bit of pressure here. There we go. Smooth that out. Nice. Oh boy. Oh man, look at that beak. Ah, shoot. Look at that. Just nuts. And again, this is just the bone right here. So this is just the bony core. In life, you see all these pits on here? These like divots? They almost look like little holes. There's these little pits there. You see these on the beak of like a parrot or something today too, if you're looking at the bone of its skull. So this is an attachment point for keratin. Keratin is the same material in our fingernails or our hair or the beak of a parrot. So this would have been covered by keratin too, would have made it longer and sharper. So this might look like a pretty serious beak right here, but in life it would have been significantly more formidable. Or a ceratopsian. There you go, Deathsaurus. Yeah, in fact, it really reminds me of a ceratopsian beak. Just that texture right there. It looks just like the Triceratops rostra that I've dug up in the past. In fact, if I were to find this thing in the field, it'd be like, oh yeah, that's a ceratopsian rostrum. It's a horned dinosaur beak. But the ceratopsian beaks tend to be a little bit narrower from side to side. In a lot of cases anyway, this is pretty wide. Yeah. And right here we have the nares. So that is the nostril. You can see how it's crushed. So this part has been pushed in right here. That's equivalent to this on our leatherback turtle skull right there. That's the nares. And then you have the orbits, the eye sockets on either side. We don't even have these on this guy yet. You'll see those in a minute. Yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah, let's wipe off some of the glue off the ends of these with paper towels. So we don't have glue everywhere all over our work surface. All right, now it's up to me to find the other pieces that fit onto here. So let me rummage around a little bit and find those. And yeah, the nasal opening is a single hole. You've got both nares that come together. They converge in order to, oh, here we go, to form that single nares there. So the ancestors of these critters would have had two different nares, like nasal openings. But at some point in their evolution, these guys switched to just one. They converged together, those two openings. This one. This. Beautiful, okay. That's gonna be a nice fit. Let's do our super glue. There we are. Excellent. Nice. So with each of these pieces that I put on, I'm making sure to feel with my fingers along the edge, along the juncture between them, because I want to make sure that we're leaving as small a gap as possible. I want this to be a nice, smooth seam between all these different pieces. And the more pieces you add on, the more complicated it gets, because you're trying to get, like, split the difference between different seams and stuff. It's kind of hard to explain, but you push in one direction, which means, oh shoot, I overshot over there. Now I gotta go back and make sure that this seam isn't too bad over here, and just trying to find a nice middle ground on everything, so all of the seams seem as small as you can get them. As smooth as you can get them. There we go. And then you're trying to think too about which parts are actually going to be visible in the finished product and which parts are going to be obscured. The hidden ones don't matter as much. You can have a bigger seam on some of the hidden spots, and who cares? Nobody will see it. So I'm going to be thinking about this sort of thing the whole time. Any model makers in the chat already know what I'm talking about. They've gone through this themselves. Yeah. Nice. So there is our eye socket, our orbit, right here. Pretty big. These animals did have big eyes. I don't know how good the sense of smell is in modern sea turtles. I'm guessing it's probably not phenomenal. They're primarily, oh shoot, pursuing the world through their eyes. They're pretty visual critters, from what I understand. Yeah. Oh, and thank you, Little Pink Pony. Hey, I appreciate that. I thought this shirt color today would go nicely with, I see this as more of a teal or a blue than a green, but, anyway, I thought this would go nicely with this today, which has been our lighting setup for the majority of today's stream. But anyway, yeah. Here, this needs more glue. I upset this in the middle of it, and it's not setting properly. So let me add some more glue. This is a particularly finicky spot. In a minute, this is gonna get too big to really show on camera. It's gonna be too big for the frame. We'll have to use our wide-angle lens. There we go. Nice. There we go. Excellent. Yeah. So what I need to do is just be patient here and let that sit for a moment, not jostle it too much or it'll fall down again. So I think we can do that. Yeah. And, Raph says, does paleontology include hominin remains or strictly dinosaurs and extinct critters? That's a great question. Yeah, so paleoanthropology is the field that's specifically like hominids, like our ancestors and relatives as humans. Paleoanthropology. And that's... It's like a Venn diagram that partially overlaps with paleontology as a whole. Typically, if somebody works on fossil hominids, they'll call themselves a paleoanthropologist. Or maybe an evolutionary anthropologist or a physical anthropologist. But yeah, paleoanth, it's not entirely separate from paleontology. You're still dealing with, like, fossil remains and stuff like that. A lot of the methodology is the same. But logistically or practically speaking, sometimes it's distinct in that it might be in a different academic department on a university campus. Like, paleoanthropology might not be within the geology department at a university. It'll almost certainly be within the biology department, and sometimes paleontology will be in the geology department. So it'll be like in a different building, and there'll be like different faculty meetings and stuff like that. You know, that kind of thing. It'll vary university to university. At some universities, like at Montana State, where I, did my undergrad, that paleontology is considered one of the... It's under the umbrella of earth sciences. So it was in Traphagen Hall, which is the earth sciences building. It's lumped in with geology and meteorology and stuff like that. Here in Berkeley, just down the road from me, in the Bay Area, paleontology is part of IB, integrative biology. So yeah. It depends. From place to place, you'll get different arrangements like that. Does that make sense? Yeah. So yeah. And certain paleoanthropologists might have a background in physical anthropology. Some of them might have a background in geology. There's different paths to get into that field. I'm guessing that the people with a background in anthropology are probably more common. But I don't know. Yeah. To be honest, I don't have a whole lot of contacts in anthropology. Most of the people I've hung out with during my career are geologists, biologists, and paleontologists. Yeah, anthropology is often like I don't know. Even if it's similar in the way that it's carried out, it might be in a different department and all of that, Anyway. I think we had another question from... there a question about turtle physiology? Oh, from Deathsaurus. Do you think the Ninja Turtles are able to stay active due to gigantothermy? They are big turtles? Yeah, absolutely. So, Ninjemes, this gigantic ninja turtle from, what is it, the Pleistocene of Australia? Let's set this down for a minute and let it dry while we're talking about this. So the genus Ninjemes is a big, almost ankylosaur-like turtle. I don't know what its particular physiology would have been. It's living in a pretty hot climate, though, in Pleistocene Australia. So I don't know if it had any particular adaptations for gigantothermy. I don't know. Yeah. So it's from the Pleistocene of Queensland and possibly New South Wales. Yeah. What a cool critter. Yeah. Anyway, I'll give you a link to this article if you want to read more about it. Yeah, so Myelania is a close relative. These are turtles that are kind of converging on ankylosaurs in some interesting ways. But yeah, neat stuff. It's a cool critter. Yeah. Durus Magnus says there's a weird turf war between paleoanthropology and paleontology. Paleoanthropology is often seen as a humanities study. As a paleoanthropologist, I say this is silly. Interesting, Durus Magnus. So you have direct experience here. That's super cool. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. So I've spoken with some archaeologists about whether they consider themselves scientists or not, and it depends. There's some archaeology programs. Archaeology is the study, for anybody who's not aware, of human artifacts, human civilizations. You know, you're often digging things up out of the ground to study archaeology. Not always, but in many cases. That's where I overlap with archaeology sometimes, is sometimes we'll be working in the same areas out in Wyoming or Montana, that kind of place. Out in the middle of the desert. Some archaeologists have more of a background in the humanities, and some archaeologists have more of a background in physical anthropology, which is more of a science-y kind of science. I guess my point is that many of these things they've got really fuzzy boundaries and they overlap to a certain extent. And so my litmus test for this is generally like, what do you consider yourself? You know, how do you identify? I like to ask people rather than tell them what they are most of the time, you know? And I don't feel like it's led me too badly astray yet. Yeah. But anywho, yeah. GRC Chris says, what's the estimated lifespan of dinosaurs? How old would an old man Stegosaurus be? That's a tricky one, because for a lot of dinosaurs, I'm going to keep working on this while we talk. For most dinosaurs, we don't really know how old they were when they died. The only reliable way to actually tell that is to cut the bones open and count the growth rings, kind of like you would do for a tree. And this hasn't been done for enough dinosaurs yet, honestly. In my humble opinion, we should be doing this a lot more often. I think that the record age for a dinosaur at time of death is something like 48 years old, something like that, for like a big theropod or a big sauropod. So dinosaurs, on average, they wouldn't be as long-lived as critters like turtles. You know, a common snapping turtle, yeah, one of these guys, they can live 100, 150, maybe 175 years. They're remarkably long-lived animals. And sure, they get pretty big. There's an alligator snapping turtle. Common snappers don't get as big. But anyway, yeah, when we're talking about some of the biggest dinosaurs, critters like, whoop. Alright, the soundboard there. We're talking about critters like, say, Patagotitan, some of the other super gigantic sauropods. These are guys who weigh as much as a herd of elephants. They were extraordinarily large animals. You would think, oh, it would take an animal like that hundreds of years to reach that size. Right? Wrong. They might reach that size in a few decades. 20, 30 years, maybe 40, something like that. And then that might be pretty close to their expected lifespan. We don't have a great handle on this. Like, not enough dinosaurs that size have been histosectioned and had their growth rings counted. So we're still dealing with pretty limited information here. But think in terms of decades rather than centuries for these biggest of dinosaurs. For all dinosaurs, in fact. Maybe some of them would have lived to be a century old, but we don't have direct evidence of that yet, you know? So yeah. Yeah. But yeah. And didn't we have a sauropod histo showing tentatively over 50 years of rings? I'm not totally sure, Claire. I'd have to look into that. If we've talked about that on stream, I've since forgotten about it. So, yeah. Anyway, I do have to continue with this. Let's see what's next. I gotta try and find this next piece. Oh, well, a piece that should occlude to this spot right here. So I'll look for something with that shape on it. And I'll put a little bit of glue on there before this dries. Just so we don't waste it. There we go. So that shape there. Looks like this guy here. Let's see if that fits. Ding, 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 it does. However, it's gonna have to fit onto this piece here too. So maybe we'll glue those together first and then stick this on there. So I gotta find the piece that occludes to here. Which is gonna be kind of a noggin-y shape. Skull roof there. There we go. So let's stick these pieces together. This here and that there. Gonna go on like this. Let's do it. And Deathsaurus, somebody could absolutely just do histo for their entire career. You could have 100 people do that for their entire careers, and we still wouldn't have as much information as I'd like to have about dinosaur growth and development and lifespan and all that stuff, you know? There's so much work to be done in paleontology. And I feel like some people are surprised by that when they come into the stream and we talk about, oh yeah, here's this new dinosaur that was just published this week. And they go, what? What? There are still new dinosaurs being published? I thought we found them all, or something like that. And I'm always taken aback, like, what do you mean? Of course we haven't found them all. These are animals that were around for 170 plus million years. They lived on all 7 continents. In just about every terrestrial environment. Some of them were even, occasionally, on rare occasions, semi-aquatic or whatever. Like, amazingly diverse group of creatures. They evolved really quickly. Well, of course we don't have all of them yet, you know? Especially with as few paleontologists as we have working in the world. Yeah. Anyway, let's try and find the piece that goes here. Or there. There we are. Let's do this one next. Nice. So yeah, I know that's one thing that I always try to tell people is there's so many discoveries still yet to be made in dinosaur paleontology, and dinosaur paleontology is just the tip of the iceberg. You know, dinosaurs were certainly around for a long time, and they certainly did a lot of cool things, but they're only one component of any ecosystem that they were in. There's so many other creatures around doing cool stuff. And we have fossils going back billions of years in Earth history. Dinosaurs were just around from about 240, give or take, maybe, to about 66 million years ago, if we're talking about the non-bird dinosaurs. But we still have dinosaurs around today, too. Birds are living dinosaurs. And the fossil record of birds is a lot better than it used to be. And there's still so much work to be done there, too. So, I don't know. There's endless possibilities within fossil science. And so, if you're a person who's interested in fossils and you want to get involved in paleontology, I don't want you to ever think that everything has been done, because it's the exact, like, hardly anything has been done compared to what could be done. So many more discoveries still out there yet to be made. Sure, resources are really slim. Jobs are scarce in this field. It's difficult to make a living. But it's not because all the mysteries have been solved. Far from it. And that's a very solvable problem, too, not having enough funding. Like, we could do something about that. We could find ways to get more money, potentially. That's a much more solvable problem than not having enough problems to tackle or something, not having enough mysteries to solve. Money's just money, you know? If there were the political will to provide more funding to science, then we could do it. And someday we will, you know? I know things are really bad right now, especially here in the US, but they will get better. Like, people like me are fighting for that. We can't lose forever, you know? Anyway. Alexander Morrison says, well, Danny, you'll have 1 out of 3 of the largest Archelosaurus skulls in your collection. Just gotta get Pentaceratops and Deinosuchus skulls next? Oh boy. Yeah, I guess so, huh? Yeah. What's the largest bird skull, I wonder? Would it be something like, Pelagornis or something like that? That would be a fun one. That one doesn't go there. Let's see. Aha! There we are. Alright, let's get this glued up too. So Alexander there was talking about archelosaurs. So Archelosauria is a group of reptiles that includes the crocs and the dinosaurs, including the birds, and turtles too. So the inclusion of turtles turns it from Archosauria to Archelosauria, at least when we're talking about modern critters. Let's clean this up. Get glue all over the place. Because among modern animals, dinosaurs' closest living relatives are, of course, birds, who are dinosaurs. Outside of that, you have crocs. And then we think, this is still a little controversial, but we think that apart from crocodiles and birds, dinosaurs' closest living relatives are probably turtles. Turtles were a big mystery for a long time. Like, where do they actually belong on the Tree of Life? Who are they related to? What's up with turtles? They're so different from everything else nowadays. It's you know, it's a worthy mystery. But within the past couple decades, there's been a growing consensus that turtles are related to archosaurs, which are crocs and dinosaurs and birds. And so most researchers today are starting to agree that turtles are kind of distant dinosaur and croc relatives. Which, I like that idea, you know? I like turtles. I like turtles. And so the idea of them not being super distant to dinosaurs is cool. Before, there was an idea that turtles are this weird group of reptiles that's not closely related to anything else. They're anapsids, so they are like just this bizarre group that's off on their lonesome, and they diverged way back before during the Permian or even earlier. And it might make more sense that they're a little bit closer to crocs and birds. I wonder if we could find a video about that, about turtle classification and where turtles belong. Because that would be interesting. Yeah. Anywho. This is looking pretty good. Let's set this down gently and check on our other big piece, see how that's coming together. See if it's feeling more solid. There we are. Yeah, nice. Excellent. Very, very nice. I'll see if I can find the piece that it fits on right here. That's a distinctive shape. Let's see if we can find that piece. Stick that on there. Here we are. Nice. Okay, let's do that. While we're waiting for the other piece to cure. Yeah. And it would be cool if turtles were the last of the Parareptilia. Yeah, I mean, that's the old idea. Is that they're part of that weird archaic group. But that was based, I think, primarily on kind of gross morphological evidence. I think with the advent of like DNA sequencing and stuff, you're able to just look at the genome and figure out, oh shoot, turtles seem to be closer in terms of their DNA to animals like crocs and birds than they are to lizards. And so that implies that they might be archosaur relatives. Archelosauria. Anyway, I don't know a lot of the details about that. But I've been blessed in my career to be often surrounded by turtle people. When I was at Montana State, there were several turtle people there, like Mike Cannell and Dan Lawver, who work on turtles. I hope they still work on turtles. It's been a while since I've seen them. And then when I was at Berkeley, working with people like Pat Holroyd and hanging out with people like Howard Hutchinson, they are turtle people par excellence. They are like, you know, some of the, I don't want to call them elderly, but they're some of the like elder statespeople in the field when it comes to turtle research. Very well respected. And yeah, I don't know. It's funny that back then, you know, I thought turtles were cool and everything, but I was never fascinated by them in the same way that I am now. The way that I'm, like, you know, super interested in leatherback turtles. So I'm kind of, it's been really cool getting reacquainted with turtle science recently. It's been a lot of fun. And I'm starting to read more books on, like, general turtle biology and conservation and everything else. Leatherbacks have been like kind of a wonderful entry point back into turtles for me. Yeah. Anywho. Let's see if we can attach that big piece onto here now. Let's see. All right. There, like this. Oh, that's gonna be Ah, it's gonna be great. But first, I gotta stick this piece on here. That doesn't attach to anything else. So let's just get that going. Is that... this little guy here? Yep. Nice. There, we could just do that with straight up super glue. We don't need the Gorilla Glue for this. There's not going to be a lot of stress on this piece, so it's okay if it's a little bit brittle. It's not going to get wrenched on or anything. There we go. Very nice. Yeah. Excellent. Yeah. And Pfizer says, when you said turtle people, I knew what or who you were talking about, but also I thought about the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. People really like that, huh? So I don't know, when I was a kid, I somehow managed to, like, avoid that entirely. I was never the least bit interested in, curious about, or really even exposed to Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. And they're like... I realize that might sound like sacrilege to some viewers right now, but... I don't know, it was just never a thing for me, you know? FNHC says, when were you born? I'm not going to give you a year, but... it was certainly around. It's not like it wasn't in the culture. It's just... I don't know, I was never drawn to that at all. Yeah. But yeah. This wasn't all that... Exactly, Petrodactyls. I think it was... Here's the thing, is that if the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles were actually more turtle-like, if they were less, like, anthropoid in shape, and they just looked more like turtles, I think I would have been a lot more interested. Because I've always been interested in turtles. Like, turtles are really cool. But making them look like people was just like, I think, it made me completely dismiss them without even thinking about it. Like, oh yeah, I don't know, it's not for me. I was much more interested in actual turtles, you know? Yeah. And there you go. Me too, Petrodactylus. Yeah, me too, for sure. Yeah. That would have made martial arts harder. I guess, yeah. To be fair, you know, if their primary raison d'etre is being ninjas or whatever, then yeah, that would be a lot more difficult if they actually had the biology and morphotype of an actual turtle. So, fair. Fair! Anyway, let's put this together. That glue there might be dry at this point. And this is going to be tricky because there's not a lot of occlusal surface here to adhere, so I'm going to have to hold this together with my hands for a few minutes as we chat. Just make sure it doesn't fall apart. Dealing with not a lot of surface area here. Alright, here we go. Oh boy, yeah. Feels pretty precarious. So we're just gonna have to hold it. Let's get cozy. You have to like ninjas too, says Scoobs. See, when I was a kid, I wasn't even convinced ninjas were real. I'm like, this sounds like something that's made up. And then it turns out I was kind of right, apparently. To the extent that ninjas were a real thing, they didn't actually dress in all black most of the time. You know, they were just like assassins that dressed up like peasants in feudal Japan. and they would assassinate their targets using, like, farm tools and stuff so that they could avoid suspicion. Anyway. And Charlie's Dragon says, the ninjas of pop culture never existed. Yeah. I feel like even as a little kid, I'm like, this doesn't seem like a real thing. But, yeah. Oh boy, this skull is enormous. Ah! I'm stoked about this. What a stupid big head. Like, what a huge turtle. This is crazy. I'll lift it up in a minute after I feel like the glue is a little bit better set, because I don't want it falling apart on me. But, man, this is nuts. If you thought leatherback turtles were big, and they are big, they're huge when they're full grown, this is just bonkers, you know? I'll show you, well, here. Adjust this camera. I mean, look at this. Look at this thing. Enormous. Look at that right there. Insane. Look at that. Oh, boy. Yeah. Crazy huge. And you can see some of that damage like I was talking about. Like the orbit, the eye socket right here, while very big, it's also, you know, it's got this big crack in it up here. So you can see all these distortions that happen post-mortem. Yeah. Before it Star Destroyer size. There you go, Claire, yeah. Yeah, but look at that. Just bonkers. It almost takes up the whole frame. Reminds me of the Eagle Muppet. Sam the Eagle, Lenina? Kind of. Yeah. Yeah. Very nice. And we still have these parts on the back to assemble. So let me set this down in the corner, prop it up so it can continue to cure like that. There we go. Hopefully that's okay. And, let's get these last pieces here. Only got 3 left? Excellent. We're almost done. Phenomenal. Huh. Alright, none of these 3 pieces fit together. They all... Oh, and we've got a 4th piece here. There we go. That makes more sense. Yeah, so these 2 go together. And this one goes along here. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, okay. All right, cool. Yeah. And shape of the skull and beak kind of remind me of the pirate ship in The Mandalorian. I can't say I remember that. Crimson. Yeah. Huh. Pirate ship from The Mandalorian. Oh, was that with the pirate guy who was like... He was like a... Almost reminded me of like a big simian, like a gorilla covered in moss or something like that. And they kind of set it up like it was going to be a season-long arc, and then they just blow him up. Yeah. He was kelp, says Claire Barrett, yeah. Yeah. I liked the first season of that show. I watched the... I don't remember if I finished the second season. But I remember it just kind of getting kind of ridiculous. And, losing interest after a while. Season 3. Maybe it was season 3 I stopped watching. I don't really remember. Yeah. With some of these things, I almost wish they would just stop at season 1 sometimes. I don't know. I don't watch a whole lot of TV nowadays. I tend to be very picky about media. Like, I don't know. I don't have a whole lot of time for consuming media like that. I'm streaming for 5 hours Monday through Thursday, and then I'm working on science, I'm working on other projects, I'm exercising or spending time with friends and family and stuff. There's like, it's not a whole lot of time that I have for watching stuff. And I don't know, to be honest, sometimes I get kind of bored watching TV and just decide to like pick up a book. Yeah. Anyhow. Would it possibly get a copy of the infographic that shows... Oh, Hugin, I did see that. Sorry, that, Here, you can take a screenshot. I'll put it up here, but I can't really share that on Blue Sky. Because it's unpublished data right now. So if you want to take a screenshot, I'll embiggen it for you. There you go. But this is literally on the corkboard outside the door of one of my colleagues. And it's from a paper that's not been published yet, so there's no reference, you can't cite it or anything. Yeah. But it is public in that sense that it's like, you can walk by and take a picture of it if you want. It's in public, but it's not published information. So I don't really want to share it on Blue Sky. I hope that makes sense. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And... Yeah, and there you go, Petrodactylus, yeah. It takes me forever to go through a television series as well. And sometimes I just lose steam and go do other things. Yeah. Alright, let's put this piece on here too, because why not? I'm gonna be a little bit devil may care about this, a little bit uncautious, and we're just gonna do super glue for this part because I really want this part to stick really well. Just take it to the end. I think I can get the occlusion nice just about first try. And, oh, maybe not. Was this a mistake? Let's see. Got just a few seconds to get it to all line up properly. That's pretty good. Yeah, nice. Oh, shoot. We got it. Okay. We'll see if that's actually stronger or if it's weaker. It's pretty good. Yeah. Yeah. Anyhow. nice. Okay, we just have 2 pieces left to affix to the main skull now. Let's do this one first because it's not really a load-bearing piece. We'll let this one continue to cure. Here we are. Here's the main skull. So this weird-shaped piece right here is going to fit onto this weird-shaped bit there. Excellent. Nice. All right, and then we'll just have one final piece left. There we go. Excellent. Make sure that all the surfaces are nice and clean over here. Don't have any big, jagged steps or anything. Nice. Beautiful. All right. Superb. Nice. Very nice. Man, this thing is stupid big. Dude. Look at that. Look at how large this is. Just nuts. And it'll be even bigger when we attach that final piece. This is so big I kind of have to set it on the floor in order to provide myself enough room. Hang on just a minute, and we don't have the lower jaw, Claire, just the skull. So what I'm going to do here is straddle this with my legs. I'm going to put the glue onto these surfaces, and then I'm going to set this on there. You're not going to be able to see it on camera. I apologize. It's just the nature of the game. This thing is too big to fit in the frame. I really don't want it to fall apart. This is like a crucial moment. Go in there too. Nice. Okay. So once I start putting the super glue on, then the clock is ticking. We've only got a little while to get this thing set up before it starts to cure, so you ready? Let's do it. There we are. All right, put the cap on there so it doesn't dry out. All right, moment of truth. Go. Okay, we've got some okay occlusion here. Try and lift this up. There we go. Okay, nice. So far, so good. Got multiple points of articulation. I got to make sure that everything is lined up at all 3 points. This is a tricky one, and I'm definitely going to get some super glue on my fingers here, and that's okay. Small price to pay to have a full-size 3D printed Archelon skull in my office. If I lose a little bit of skin doing it, that's fine. you know, the body of a paleontologist is but an expendable flesh vessel to be spent in the pursuit of knowledge from fossils. So if I lose a little bit of skin stuck to the super glue in the process, that's not a big deal, you know? There you go, Alexander, yeah. I'm pretty impressed with this, I gotta say. What a big honkin' critter. And thank you, Agarthul, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's great to have you here. Thanks for joining us. Yeah, something's got to give here. So, like, this is the seam right here. This is not going to be perfect, but that's okay. I can reinforce, I can sand it down a bit and put some water putty in there to smooth that juncture. That'll be okay. Because it's not going to be perfect. Far from it, but that's okay.
Hello, I'm Sam Neill from Jurassic Park. Let's protect our fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them.
Holy cow! J. Marianne! How are you doing? Welcome back to Paleontologizing.
J. Marianne is creeping forth with a gigantic 225 storm raid.
Holy moly! Wonderful to have you here, J. Marianne. Thank you for the raid. How was your stream? I hope it was real good.
The terrible lizards.
As you can probably see, I'm working on holding these pieces together of a giant 3D printed sea turtle skull. This is the skull of Archelon. Some of you might be familiar with that critter. Yeah, we're starting up a whole stream arc about leatherback turtles in Archelon, and its relatives, the protostegids, are related to sea turtles, modern sea turtles, including leatherbacks. But given this is the largest turtle that's ever lived, as far as we know, I thought it'd be really cool to 3D print a life-size skull of this critter. There's so many different pieces, though, and we're trying to hold some of them. I'm trying to hold some of them together while the glue cures. But yeah, holy cow. Yeah. Thank you for the follows. Based Alaskan, Iraqi Mo, Frickin' Malicious, Lalar Pala. Thank you so much, everybody. Welcome. If anybody's here for the very first time, allow me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. When I'm not streaming out in the field digging up dinosaurs live, which we'll be doing in less than a month, we'll be back out in Utah digging up dinosaurs and streaming that. When I'm not out there doing that, I'm back in my office, going over new scientific papers, answering people's questions about fossil science, interviewing other paleontologists remotely, and doing 3D printing and stuff like this. Oh, and speaking of which, our 3D printer over there is just finished up for the evening. Excellent. We've got I'm printing a 1/2 size adult leatherback turtle model also. And that piece just finished printing, so we'll pluck that off the printer in a minute. So yeah. But anywho, check this out. Again, this is the skull of Archelon. 3D printed life size. This is a huge fossil sea turtle. Look at that sharp beak right there. And then the eye socket right here. Pretty extraordinary, right? Very, very cool. That's a neat. Thanks, J. Marion. I appreciate that. Again, I hope you had a great stream. And Offliners Rise, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontology. Yeah. I'm starting up a project just announced today we're going to be trying to get involved with leatherback turtle conservation. Leatherbacks are these incredible turtles that first evolved way back in the Cretaceous period, and there's still one surviving species today. It is the world's largest living turtle, and they have so many different superlatives. They have the longest migration of any non-bird reptile. They're the deepest diving. They lay the greatest volume of eggs. They've got the widest distribution across our planet. They're the heaviest non-crocodilian reptile in the world alive today. They're just incredibly cool animals. And here, let's see if we can find another video about them real quick while I hold this together. Because they are truly extraordinary animals. Here, here's an Animal Fact Files video on them.
Today on Animal Fact Files, we're discussing leatherback sea turtles.
Incredible animals.
These are the largest living turtles in the world, reaching 7 feet long with flippers that...
Oh, by the way, this is off the coast of California here, and some of these folks that you see on that boat pulling this turtle on board to weigh it and take samples and stuff like that, these are researchers. I'm trying to get in contact. Well, I have made contact with some of these people, and I'm going to see if...
Anonymous is getting serious with those 5 gift subs.
Thank you, Anonymous Gifter, for the 5 gift subs. I appreciate that. You are as generous as you are mysterious. Thanks for keeping me here online, supporting this work. I'm looking to help support the work of people who are studying and conserving leatherback turtles. It seems like there's been really drastic funding cuts to this sort of thing. Organizations like the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Association, or Administration, rather. These are groups that have seen really severe cuts recently. And so a lot of this work on leatherback turtles that they used to do, a lot of this stuff might not have funding anymore. And so I'm trying to get in contact with people and see if there's ways that we can help raise awareness and potentially bring in donations for this kind of thing as well. So anyway, I say all that because these folks on this boat hauling on this leatherback turtle, I think they were working with NOAA previously, and that department may have been shut down. I'm still trying to find info on this.
Span even further. These turtles range from 500 to 2,000 pounds. That's as much as a rhinoceros. Leatherbacks are separated from the other 6 sea turtle species by their unique appearance. As their name implies, leatherback sea turtles lack the hard, bony shell seen in other sea turtles.
Yep,
Instead,
they don't have that bony shell.
Bony plates covered by leathery skin, hence the common name. This skin helps leatherbacks
So again, like we
maintain
were
a
talking
higher
about
temperature
earlier.
than their surrounding environment.
Let's see. Here, I'm trying to type one-handed and everything, but Dermichelys skeleton. Dermichelys is the genus name for the modern leatherback, and they don't have a bony shell in the way that other sea turtles do. That's just their ribs on top. They do have dermal ossicles, so there are little bony plates that are kind of embedded in the skin to a certain extent, but they're flexible. And so they allow the animal to kind of compress at depth. They're incredibly deep diving animals. They can dive almost a mile down in the ocean. They're one of the deepest divers of all vertebrate animals. And it's because of that leathery back that they have that they can do that. A regular sea turtle, a green sea turtle, or a hawksbill, or a loggerhead, their shell would just crack. These guys have got a flexible shell that doesn't crack, which is really neat.
Meaning they can live in colder water than any other living sea turtles.
Yep.
For this reason, leatherbacks are the most wide-ranging reptiles alive today.
Yep.
Leatherback sea turtles live from subarctic marine waters to
Pretty
the
incredible.
tropics. They nest on temperate and tropical beaches, but do their foraging in colder areas. Some individuals travel thousands of miles one way to reach breeding grounds.
Yep.
Only female leatherbacks leave the water to lay their eggs. Males meet up with females in the deep waters off nesting beaches and mate with as many partners as they can. If they were successful at a certain beach during a previous breeding season, the turtles will return to that same beach. Over the course of the season, they may use multiple different beaches to lay their eggs. Female leatherbacks have an average of 100 eggs per nest and produce about a dozen nests each time they breed.
So it depends on which population we're talking about for leatherbacks, because there's different populations that have got different nesting habits, different numbers of nests that they lay, different numbers of eggs that they lay, all kinds of stuff like that. Yeah, the ones that we have off the coast of California here, ones that are hanging out right now, this very moment, out there by the Farallon Islands, up north to Point Reyes, and down south to like Monterey Bay in that area. Those ones, the adults tend to be a little bit smaller than the ones at the Atlantic, and they don't lay as many eggs. They're also much more vulnerable. Like, their numbers are far lower, and they're decreasing. Their population is decreasing at a rate of about 6% per year due to things like getting caught as bycatch in fishing nets and stuff like that. It's a serious problem, and one of the things that I'm trying to raise awareness about with this this ongoing project here.
They take 2 to 3 year intervals between nesting events. The babies hatch at night, and their sex is temperature dependent. They're most vulnerable during this part of their lives. Only about...
So when she said that their sex is temperature dependent, what she means is that if the nest experiences higher temperatures, you know, it's the middle of a heat wave or something like that, you're going to have more females. Maybe the whole nest, all of the hatchlings will become female. Lower temperatures yields males. And this is all within a certain window. So if the overall temperature is way too high, then all the eggs die. If the temperature is way too low, then all the eggs die. But within a certain threshold, higher temperatures means female, lower temperatures means male. The way that you can remember that is hot chicks, cool dudes. It sounds crass, but it's a nice little mnemonic to remember this. Higher temperatures yields female embryos. Lower temperatures, male embryos. Does that make sense? We'll be talking about this on Saturday when we're going to be doing a special stream. I forgot to talk about this today. I gotta find this. But we're going to be having a special fundraiser stream for 2 hours from 10 a.m. to noon, California time, on Saturday. We're going to be doing a special stream for an organization called Queer Care. We're going to be raising funds for them. And where is that image? Here it is. Excellent. And so I figured we're doing a raid train here. So each of these different streamers is going to be going for 2 hours and then raiding into the next. And all the time we're going to be raising money for Queer Care. So Ios and Lordy, two friends of the channel, they organized this fundraiser. And I figured for my little 2 hour slot here, I'll be talking about how oftentimes in nature, gender, or more appropriately like biological sex, is really wishy-washy sometimes. And sea turtles, it's determined by temperature. There's certain animals that actually change sex from male to female or from female to male during their lifetimes to adapt to certain circumstances. There are some animal species that are all born female, and then only the largest and oldest members transition to becoming male. There's all kinds of interesting stuff like that in the natural world, and we'll be talking about some of those interesting instances during this stream. Just trying to get the point across that, you know, biological sex is... It has a tendency to be a lot more wishy-washy, much more of a gray area than a lot of people seem to realize. We know this by studying the natural world. Talk to any biologist, and they'll tell you this. You know, I think a lot of folks in the general public don't realize this. They think that sex is like a binary thing. There's male and female. It's not always the case. So we'll be talking about that. It should be a lot of fun. So yeah, join us on Saturday for this. Should be pretty neat. Yeah. And Protasium says, I want to say like Z and... Oh, yeah, so with birds don't have X and Y chromosomes. Instead, it's, I think, ZZ and ZW. We'll be talking about that, too. And that may have been something that birds inherited from their dinosaur ancestors. We'll be talking about that as well. So, yeah, it's going to be pretty neat. Yeah, James DM says, one of my favorites are limpets, which use both age and social population cues to determine sex on the fly. Interesting. Yeah. Very cool. And you did get it right, Potassium. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, bird sex chromosomes. ZZ and ZW. So in birds, the females are the ones that have got the like chromosome that's, you know, like in males, the Y chromosome is what determines maleness in mammals. Most mammals, at least. In birds, the W one makes you female. Males are ZZ. Oh, yeah. Anywho, interesting stuff. So we'll be talking all about that on Saturday for a couple hours as part of that raid train. Again, here's the image if you want to take a screenshot or whatever. Yeah, so we're raising money for an organization called Queer Care, which provides free services for trans and queer folks receiving gender-affirming medical care. It's a really cool, like, you know, like community aid sort of an organization, you know? People helping people. Not a lot of overhead. It's a really small organization. So any money that people donate is going to go directly toward care. This is not like one of these charities where there's a huge board of directors and half of their money goes to advertising. It's not like that at all. This is a mutual aid kind of a group. So I'm excited for this. It's going to be neat. Yeah. Anywho, and Pattern Juggler says, I appreciate it so much you sharing things like this. Oh, yeah. Yeah, tune in on Saturday. It's going to be a lot of fun. Yeah. Anyway, back to leatherback turtles here.
50% of leatherback eggs hatch. Nests and young are predated by crabs, gulls, raccoons, and more. As they get older, their predators decrease. However, they may still be taken by sharks and killer whales.
Yeah, it's
that
pretty
doesn't
rare.
mean they won't go down without a fight. In one observation,
Yeah, here we
the
go.
leatherback chased a shark away after it was attacked, and then proceeded to knock into the observing boat. The greatest threat...
So I love this, that there is a shark that was hassling this leatherback turtle, and then the leatherback chases off the shark, and then it's all just like hopped up on adrenaline or whatever, and it's like there's a boat nearby, and it's like, I'm gonna mess you up too. Leatherback just comes at this boat. That's so funny, I think. Anyway, how are you doing, sweetie pie? Yeah. You want more treats? Alright, we can make that happen. Yeah. Oh, and Alexander Morse, I've heard this too, yeah. Salties, saltwater crocs. Going after, nesting female leatherbacks. Here's sweetie pie. Where's our treats? Here we go. There we go. Hey, look. Ooh, look at that. Good stuff. Yeah. Let's continue here.
It was attacked, and then proceeded to knock into the observing boat. The greatest threat to leatherback sea turtles is humans. Run-ins with ships and fishing gear, harvesting of nests, and habitat destruction have led to a decline of nearly 50% of the leatherback population in under 100 years.
Yeah.
These massive reptiles spend most of their time out in the open ocean.
Not
They
most
most
of their
commonly
time, nearly all of their time.
continental shelves, or the area of ocean before it slopes into deep water. That doesn't mean they're limited to shallow waters, though.
No, certainly not.
Leatherback sea turtles have been documented diving over 4,000 feet below the waves. They can hold their breath for almost 90.
I bet most of you in chat can't dive down by yourself to nearly 4,000 feet in the open ocean, nor can you hold your breath for almost 90 minutes if you need to.
4,000 feet below the waves.
Get on
They
their
can
level,
hold their
Chad.
breath for almost 90 minutes if needed while making these dives. These turtles have knife-like jaws to slice through soft-bodied prey. Their main food source is jellyfish.
Versus
It
only
may be
once.
for
There
this
you go.
reason the flesh of leatherbacks can be toxic to consume.
Oof. I wouldn't wanna
Leatherbacks
do
have
that, though.
spiky protrusions in their throats, facing towards their stomach to hold prey in place while they swallow. Aside from
Oh,
jellyfish,
you're not gonna show that? It's so weird and cool. So the inside of a leatherback's mouth and throat is I presume we've got some Star Wars aficionados in the chat. The inside of a leatherback's throat looks like a sarlacc pit. It totally does. These are not teeth. These are... what are they called? Papillae, I think? And so they look like they're really, here, they look like they're really fearsome. But I'll show you, a clip from a really cool talk on leatherbacks. There we go.
The esophagus down to the stomach. And so if I was to put my hand in there, it wouldn't tear it up like a garbage disposal or anything like that, but it does work very well for keeping jellies going down.
So this is Scott Benson, who's kind of one of the world authorities on leatherback turtles. He works here in California, in fact.
Wait, this is we call it a gelatinous zooplankton specialist, or a jellivore, or however you'd want to talk about it. And inside that mouth, you see those throat papillae.
Yeah.
They look pretty fearsome. They're not hard. They're actually flexible. But it's a great little adaptation to keep, if you ever been around jellyfish, they're kind of slimy. Keep that stuff moving down the esophagus down to the stomach. And so if I was to put my hand in there, it wouldn't tear it up like a garbage disposal or anything like that, but it does work very well for keeping jellies going down.
Yeah, he's a marine biologist, not a not a graphic designer. Yes, that is Comic Sans that he's using there, but it's legible at least. I've seen much more poorly designed slides in scientific talks before. I'll put it that way, Yeah. And Z mnemonic, they're not actually teeth. So these guys don't have teeth. Leatherback turtles have toothless mouths. This is soft tissue. So this is on the inside of the throat, and then like in the soft tissue, think of it like around the gums or whatever. And like you said, these are flexible. So they're not, they look like spikes or rose thorns or something. They're far more soft than that. So much of a leatherback's body has to be compressible at great depth. And so if these really were hard spikes, when the animal's throat is being compressed, when it's diving down to like 4,000 feet under the water, then those would get, squished together and they would pierce its throat. So instead they have to be flexible. Pretty cool, right? Yeah. So they don't actually have teeth, like we said, but they do have what we call tomial points or tomial teeth, in the same way that think about a peregrine falcon. Now on their beak, they've got this pointy part. There's the main pointy part of the beak, but they also have this little projection that comes down. You see that? Almost a little tooth. So a tooth, a true tooth, has got roots, it's got a socket. This is just a pointy part on the beak called the tomial tooth right there. See the little, you got the, here. So here's the main point of the beak, but here, right here, is the tomial tooth. Leatherback turtles have the same thing, like you can see on this 3D print, or... I can't believe I haven't shown this yet. Okay. I went ahead and purchased a leatherback turtle skull cast. So this is made from resin plastic, but you can see those tomial teeth right there. Whoop. Right here. So these projections on the beak. In life, these are covered by keratin, but these are used for biting into big sea jellies, salps, things like that. Really, really cool. Here, I'll show you an up-close view on the desk cam. Look at that right there. So again, this is just the underlying bone right here. This is an exact replica of the underlying bone. But everything that you see here in this kind of like yellowy, orangey color, this would be covered by keratin. And there's some of those same pits right there like we saw on the Archelon beak, right? Yeah. And this is not a print, Golganek. I actually purchased this from Skulls Unlimited. So this is a resin cast, a molded and cast replica of an actual skull, and as a result, the level of detail is pretty incredible. So we've got all the sutures between the different bones here, and then all of that texture. It's far more detailed than the 3D print file that I had and printed, which is up here. That's really nice to have, and it's far more durable. I don't have to worry about it breaking as much, and if it does, it's not a big deal. This is a bit more delicate and intricate, because each of these different bones was actually molded and cast separately and then put together. And we also have a lower jaw here too, which is really nice. I don't have the lower jaw for the 3D print. But you can see how this would just wreak havoc on a soft-bodied animal like a big sea jelly or a salp or a man-of-war or something like that. Really, really cool. Let me find you a picture. And, Hoopusama, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. So a salp is a great big kind of jellyfish-like animal. And here's a leatherback just tucking into one. Just eating it from the middle through. Yeah, pretty wild. Just going to town on that thing. Look, so it's bitten it in half. So yeah, a salp is a, is it a colonial organism? What are these guys? Barrel-shaped planktonic tunicate in the family Salpidae. They feed on phytoplankton. Yeah, so there's a ring cluster of salps. Here's a postage stamp from Azerbaijan featuring a salp. I love stuff like this. It's cool when people are really excited about the organisms that live in their country or in their territorial waters. Anyway, neat stuff. Salps are cool. And they are favorite prey of critters like leatherbacks. Anywho, let's finish the video out.
They also eat cephalopods, snails, fish, and crustaceans.
And I don't actually know if they eat any of these other critters. I've seen this mentioned in various, like, secondary and tertiary and quaternary sources, but I've never actually seen this in, like, a paper on leatherbacks. I've never heard a leatherback researcher actually confirm that they eat any of these other critters. It seems like they only eat sea jellies, salps, and then things like, man-o-war. These things, which are not sea jellies, but they're a different kind of organism. Like the Portuguese man-o-war. Which is a hydrozoan, which are not the same as... these are like a colonial organism. There's a bunch of them that live together and form this big thing like this. Although it superficially resembles a jellyfish, the Portuguese man-o-war is in fact a siphonophore. It's a colonial organism made up of many smaller units called zooids. It's kind of like a coral. And yeah, they eat man-o-war. Absolutely, Zemonic. One of the... So these are well known for being extraordinarily dangerous animals. Like, if you get stung by one of these, you could die. Pfizer says, I've been stung by one. Oh, boy. Yeah. Yeah. And stings can cause severe pain to humans, lasting 1 to 3 hours. Red, whip-like welts appear on the skin that last 2 or 3 days after the sting. Have they ever actually... I'm sure they have killed people. But anyway, incredibly painful, at any rate. And the populations of these animals seem to be increasing as the populations of leatherbacks decrease. So if we want to do something about the growing number of man-o-war like this, gotta think about protecting leatherback turtles, you know? Yeah. Pfizer says it hurt like something you would not believe. Yeah. Oh boy. Anywho.
It's unknown how long leatherbacks can live in the wild, though they're estimated to reach at least 50 years of age. For more facts on leatherback sea turtles, check out the link.
Anyway, here's a link to this video here, Animal Fact Files. They always do good work. There you go. But yeah, anyway, leatherback turtles. This is kind of my new thing. This is something that I'm really excited to be getting involved with kind of through next spring. And we've got 2 new emotes that I just posted today, by the way. Can we see some of those leatherback emotes there in the chat? I'm currently trying to get in contact with several leatherback turtle conservation groups. I've already had some conversations with some people. Here's kind of my plan for the next 8 months or so. We'll continue to do some more streams like this where I'll be doing, say, for instance, 3D prints of various things related to leatherback turtles. Again, here's our giant Archelon skull that we just assembled live on stream. This is an ancient relative of leatherbacks and other sea turtles that lived during the Cretaceous period. We'll be doing more stuff like this. I'm currently working on 3D printing a, like, 1/3 to 1/2 size leatherback turtle. Let me actually go snatch this off of the 3D printer and I'll show you. Here we go. I've got a few pieces done already, so we'll be able to use this as a teaching aid as well. There you go. We've got part of the torso, and then the head and neck right here. There we are. So the idea is we'll have one that's big enough to take up some serious space on the wall back there, but not nearly as big as a full-grown adult. This will be like a juvenile. We'll be doing more 3D printing like that. I'll be interviewing some experts on leatherback turtles and on fossil marine reptiles, including fossil sea turtles. We might be doing some museum visits to look at leatherback specimens at some point. I'll see about organizing those. We might end up going at some point to a leatherback turtle research facility. We might even have the chance to go and visit some nesting leatherback turtles in a place like Puerto Rico or Trinidad. I'm looking into some of this stuff too. And all the while we'll be trying to raise awareness about these animals. And if we can, maybe do some fundraising. I'm looking into which organizations might be in the direst need of funds right now. But, yeah, I'd like to do some merch drops. And see if we might be able to... Well, here's a leatherback turtle design that I've been working on. Just a super rough draft. But I might be printing some t-shirts live on stream. I've got a screen press and everything, and so we might be doing some hand-printed merch in order to raise money for leatherback conservation as well. So, yeah. Still putting out feelers, figuring out what's possible at this point, but these are some ambitions that I have. These are intentions that I'm announcing right now. And I'm really excited to be involved with this. These are incredible animals that are in dire need of our help. They're threatened by things like beach development, plastic pollution, ship strikes, overfishing, climate change, and a whole host of other hazards like that. The thing is, if we are able to, and when I say we, I mean we as a species, as human beings, if we're able to turn things around and stop these creatures from declining in number, if we're able to clean up our act to the point where the leatherbacks start to come back, that means that we've saved entire ocean ecosystems. Leatherbacks are kind of the canary in the coal mine as far as ocean health goes. And so if we're able to save these critters, that means we're doing pretty well. They're a remarkable, like, ambassador species for conservation, and I'm so excited to, you know, to do this big stream arc over the next 8 months or so. I can't wait. So yeah, it looks so finished. Oh, okay, so I just threw this background over it real quick. It's gonna look way better by the time it's done. Trust me. Yeah. But yeah, looking forward to all the upcoming leatherback turtle streams. Yeah, Casey. And I was gonna send you a message about this the other day, and I just didn't have time. You might be swamped in terms of commissions right now, but it'd be really cool to see a leatherback turtle painting done in the style of Casey Snowart by Casey Snowart herself. And if I end up getting paid what I would like to get paid for this Tyrannosaurus skull I'll be delivering to the museum, I'm prepared to pay handsomely for that. EB Knight, thank you for the 15 months of support. I appreciate it. You'd be honored? Yeah, I know you're busy, Casey, but we should talk about that. It would be really cool to do that. We'll do some kind of cross-pollination across different streams. I'd love to see your take on a leatherback turtle. You do such cool, like, undersea art that I think that would be awesome. Yeah. But if it could wait a bit, then sure, yeah, that'd be awesome, Casey. We'll talk. Yeah. Anywho, with that said, thus begins Operation Leatherback. So I'm so excited about this. Yeah. Anywho, with that said, it's half an hour past when I'm supposed to stream today. We've gone for an extra half hour. I think it's gone pretty well. I've really enjoyed today's stream, and I hope you have too, everybody. We're going to go ahead and commence our wrap-up procedure here. Let's put a Deinonychus skull under our credits. Let's see who else is streaming right now. Maybe doing some science, perhaps? Alright, today's Tuesday. Nerduino is on. Well. Let's go right into Nerduino. Don't go away just yet, everybody. We're gonna go say hello to a former NASA scientist and current science communicator. Someone I consider a personal friend. Nerduino is a good guy, and I'm excited to see him at TwitchCon this year again. Go see what he's up to. He might be doing, like, covering a space launch or something right now. But anyway, thank you so much to everybody being named in our credits currently. From those all-important subscribers and resubscribers and gifters and cheerers, thank you for making these streams possible through your financial contributions. I would not be here doing science outreach full-time were it not for your incredible support. I appreciate that tremendously. Thank you also to the new followers and the raiders. We had some huge raids today. Thank you, thank you. J. Marianne and Cartoon Therapy and Dyson Dinosaur, of course. And where would we be without the moderators, too? Mods, I appreciate you all more than you know. Thank you for keeping this a safe and welcoming community for everybody. Thank you for helping keep me sane during these streams, too. And the Minotaur, thank you for the raid. We're raiding out ourselves right now, though. Minotaur, thank you for the raid. Appreciate you. We're about to raid into Nerduino, though, so I'll see you there, everybody. Take care. I hope to see you tomorrow as well for some more paleontologizing. All right, bye-bye, everyone.